the last time that I'll be saying anything here, but please, DJ, indulge me to really thank everyone for a wonderful conference. And one has learned a lot in terms of this space of human rights. We're going to be looking into the pillar of our foreign policy, human rights as a pillar of our foreign policy. And I just agreed here with the Deputy Minister that we're not going to spend a lot of time as a panel talking, but we like to factor the concerns and the contribution from the floor. But I would. Oh, you have a video to play. Sorry, forgive me.
My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We're having technical difficulties with this video. It started playing and it stopped again. So if we could please proceed, I'll let you know when it's sorted.
Okay, I'm told there's a technical problem with the sound, but in the interest of time, the distinguished panelists who are here, I've factored some questions. People have come to me earlier on between yesterday and today to say there are certain things they do like this panel to address. One of the issues is that there's a whole perception going on that we are likely to face the Third World War. Are we having the Third World War? Are we having a latent Third World War? Are we starting to see elements of that Third World War? I hope the panelists will deal with this question. And how is South Africa foreign policy interfacing with the possibility of this Third World War? And I hope that we factored into that. But I thought what we will do is to allow the panelists to, and particularly the Deputy Minister, to basically come up with a few elements related to our foreign policy and how it's embedded in the culture of human rights. And after that, the Deputy Minister can articulate what are the building blocks of the last 30 years that we're starting to see. What are elements of the foreign policy that we need to revisit and come up with some changes moving forward? And then I hope Their Excellencies, distinguished guests who are here representing different constituencies, would also contribute in terms of what are the elements that we need to put moving forward. And I think other panelists can make a similar contribution. Professor Chris Landsberg here has been an integral part of building institutional capacity at DECO. Do we have that institutional capacity to respond to these global challenges? What are we seeing? We are saying, and the President said this, in that human rights, it's not only in South Africa, but around the world, it's our biggest concern. We are seeing the emergence of homophobic policies in some African countries. How do we interface with that? Or are we going back to the old cliche that we don't have interest, we don't have friends, but we have interest? And we'll then decide where our interests are at stake, we'll keep quiet about those issues. But where we think our interests ought to be articulated, very outspoken. And Deputy Minister, there's often a criticism that we are very selective in our foreign policy, even though we have principle, but we are very selective on issues that we take up. Are we selective by desire, that some of this intervention may compromise our own interests? We're managing our interests in that respect. So these are some of the issues that people thought, Deputy Minister and the distinguished panel here, that maybe we should reflect on them. From where I'm sitting, I'm quite keen. Why did we lose our seat at the Human Rights Council in Geneva? What happened? Because we went for that. Is this part of the global agenda that we're starting to see to malign South Africa, and how are we going to manage that? Prof, maybe later on when you intervene, I'd like you to address the institutional capacity as the broader issue that everyone has been speaking about here, building the capacity of the state. Do we have a very robust institutional capacity to manage and implement the foreign policy that we're having? How do we need to keep on improving and building this institutional capacity? I think those are elements, but I'd like us, if we can really take maybe about 5 to 7 minutes so that we can allow more interaction with the excellencies here. But Deputy Minister, I'd like to request you to really start to set the scene about some of these issues. And of course, I know you don't have answers on all these issues. That's why we are having a conference, to allow people to make a contribution. And I think, as it was said yesterday, let's keep on respecting each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Let me acknowledge the Minister Lamola and the leadership of the Judiciary and of Parliament. And substantively, ladies and gentlemen, I just wish to indicate that I stand on the existing protocols. My contribution or my preface to the discussion will be limited to 5 minutes, just so that we allow some engagements with the panelists and the audience. Therefore, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to start with a quote from Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia, who said, throughout history, it has been the inaction of those who could have acted and the indifference of those that should have known better, and the silent voices of justice who inadvertently contributed to the fact that evil triumphed, unquote. South Africa's foreign policy priorities, ladies and gentlemen, is based on primarily 4 concentric circles. We speak about Pan-Africanism, that we are a substantive Pan-African country. We speak about our global solidarity priority, which is important in particular for this conference. We speak about the need to continue to deepen cooperation with your more industrialized North. And fourthly, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we speak about the need to transform institutions of global governance. We do so, ladies and gentlemen, being conscious as the South African government that we are evolving from a unipolar world where you had one hegemon, in particular from the post-1945, post-World War II period, right up until the collapse of the Cold War. So you had that evolution, and we find ourselves within the epoch, a transitional epoch, towards a world that can be characterized as a multipolar world. And when we speak about multipolarity, ladies and gentlemen, there's a preponderance that ostensibly it means the deepening of multilateralism based on a universal international law and a set of norms and values as espoused and set by the United Nations, which is ultimately the final arbiter as it relates to multilateral issues is concerned. But the antithesis of that preponderance, ladies and gentlemen, has been the fact that what we have witnessed is a very spirited pushback against this new world of multipolarity that should imply the deepening of multilateralism. So you have that, ladies and gentlemen. I want to obviously take the audience in confidence on some key principal decisions based on our human rights ethos and embodiment. When we speak about the need to transform institutions of global governance, for example, you would recall, ladies and gentlemen, in 2023, when South Africa hosted the 15 BRICS Summit of Heads of States and of Government, there was a decision made by the International Criminal Court, the ICC, of which South Africa are signatory to the Rome Statute, to execute a arrest warrant against the president of the Russian Federation, President Putin, because of matters relating to the conflict in Ukraine is concerned and the Russian action in relation to that issue. We had to then, as the South African government, we were seized with making a decision. Do we, as in the past, are we oblivious to the centrality of these very important institutions of global governance? Or do we substantively, ladies and gentlemen, become the vanguard of these institutions of multilateralism? We then took a decision that, look, we had the obligation in terms of the Rome Statute to act against anyone that are indicted by the ICC. And through our emissaries, we then sent the message to Moscow, and as a result thereof, you know what has happened, ladies and gentlemen. President Putin did not come to South Africa. So what is positive about that is the principal stance of South Africa's foreign policy in terms of upholding international rules, international law, and to respect global governance institutions. Juxtapose that with the fact that in December 2023, the South African cabinet decided to submit a special prayer to the International Court of Justice on the conflict in Gaza and the fact that in terms of the South African cabinet, a genocide is being committed against the people of Gaza, the Palestinian people. Subsequent to that decision, ladies and gentlemen, you have seen the ICJ conclusively erred on the side of the most vulnerable in support of South Africa's application. But the subtext of that, there has then been a subsequent, what we call a pushback, ladies and gentlemen. For example, South Africa, as we speak, are serving as a member of the United Nations Human Rights Council. And on the occasion of our elections into the Human Rights Council of the UN, we were the country that received most of the votes out of the 193 member states of the UN. But because of our decisions, as it relates to the ICC, as it relates to the ICJ, When South Africa contested for the presidency earlier this year of the Human Rights Council, we were regarded as not being the most qualified nation to assume that responsibility. So what is important is that South Africans, practitioners within your human rights fraternity, must try to be conscious of what it means, ladies and gentlemen, when you are a proponent of human rights, when you are a proponent of a South African value system that speak about social justice, that there will be consequences, both positive and negative. But what is important is for everyone to appreciate what is our human rights diplomacy, what is our Ubuntu diplomacy in relation to humanitarian policy. The second issue, ladies and gentlemen, that we want to just amplify is, of course, when people ask us, look, what is your posture with human rights as it relates to what is taking place elsewhere in the world? We should be conscious, ladies and gentlemen, that South Africa as a state are subordinate to the UN Charter of Values. We are also subordinate, ladies and gentlemen, to what is the constellation of views from the rest of the world in relation to self-determination of member states of the United Nations. For an example, ladies and gentlemen, if there was elections in Zimbabwe, and the Zimbabwean people have decided on a particular choice, South Africa should subscribe to the self-determination notions made by the people of Zimbabwe in relation to the outcomes that, for example, the Independent Electoral Commission has provided. So that's what we have done with Zimbabwe. But secondly, ladies and gentlemen, we have canvassed the United Kingdom, the UK. We have canvassed also the United States of America, that the unilateral economic sanctions that they have issued against the people of, against Zimbabwe is having an adverse effect on the fortunes of, in particular, SADC and more specifically South Africa. And we have continued to champion that type of a narrative. And as a result, ladies and gentlemen, I think you must have observed an announcement by the State Department that sanctions against identified industries of Zimbabwe has been lifted. That in no small means, Program Director, it's part of what we call our contemporary contributions to ensure that every member party of the United Nations play in accordance to a set of norms and standards, international law, as outlined by the United Nations. I obviously, ladies and gentlemen, would want to say that South Africa's peace diplomacy, it's a central aspect as it relates to preventative humanitarian diplomacy. So when the president announced in Parliament that South Africa will become a major troop contributing member to the SADC force, for example, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and that South Africa, the Chief of Staff and Force Commander of the Samim SADC mission in Mozambique. We do that, ladies and gentlemen, not to engage in any antics of adventurism, but we do that to champion what we call preventative diplomacy, to champion and to be the vanguard together with all other 16 member states of SADC, on the rights of women, the children, the innocent civilians in areas that is conflict riddled. And it was for that same reason why South Africa, for example, have hosted the peace dialogue and the Pretoria Agreement between the Tigray Liberation Forces and the federal government of Ethiopia. So I thought, ladies and gentlemen, I must give you just take you in confidence, high level, how we interface in terms of the South African foreign policy trajectory with issues of humanitarian diplomacy at this point. So thank you very much, Ambassador.
Deputy Minister, thank you very much. Maybe as other speakers are coming, please, Deputy Minister, do digest this question. That part of the deployment in the DRC, is it antithesis of our foreign policy that speaks about the consolidation of the African agenda? And at the heart of that consolidation of the African agenda is a peaceful resolution of conflicts within the continent. Have we moved away from that? And the conflict in the DRC, particularly in the eastern DRC, what happened to the plight of Banyamulenge, who have been an integral part of the DRC, and this is causing serious conflict there? Aren't we, Deputy Minister, opting much more for a military solution for what is basically a political problem? I would appreciate, Deputy Minister, if you can do that. Prof. Chris Landsberg, you know, there's a research that really shows that since 2000, the purchasing power of the dollar, and this is at the heart of this multipolarity world, has been declining. In 2000, if you had $100 at that stage, but in 2022, the $100 will be equal to $60. And part of this big problem is the behavior of the US Fed, because since 2022 to date, the US Federal Reserve is printing about $120 billion per month. So they are flooding the market with this. And our debt is largely in dollar denomination. If I'm not mistaken, about 80% of it. What kind of challenges does it pose in terms of this multipolarity world that everyone is talking about? And what are the related challenges that we need to mitigate? How the dollar has been weaponized, and of course, the new emerging powers, the Shanghai Cooperation Agreement and other blocs that are really starting to say we need to diversify currencies of trade. And there's been a discussion within the BRICS, and I hope other panel members will make a contribution in this respect as to how do we navigate this multipolarity, which there's no clarity about it. Prof.
Thank you, Excellence. Minister, Deputy Ministers, members of the Executive, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, everybody else here, as they say, protocol observed. So I just want to start with a health warning. I teach diplomacy, but it doesn't make me a diplomat. So I think I should start on that note. And thank you, DG, for inviting me. I see there's an emblem here on the podium. It clearly brings me the closest to power that I've ever been. I've got 7 pages, so I effectively have 1 minute per page. So let me just make the salient points. For the past 30 years, moralistic and ethical considerations of our foreign policy, most notably our much vaunted pro-human rights foreign policy, has been placed front and center in a much more complex, dynamic, and multi-layered foreign policy. I suggest to you that there's no country in the world, no member of the United Nations, of the 196 nations, whose normative, ethical, human rights dimensions of its foreign policy has come under so much scrutiny as that of the Republic. We should partly take responsibility for that. Two reasons I want to invoke. Mandela mania and the manner in which we resolved our transition through a negotiated settlement, and added to that, trying to show to the world we're unlike the rogue, racist, oppressive, human rights violating regime of years gone by. We put ourselves up as a human rights beacon of hope and a good world citizen. And in that sense, we have raised some expectations. Let me make a point that until recently, until the bold, unprecedented move taken by this government to take Israel, and by extension, those in support of Israel, to the ICJ, I've long appreciated the role of the liberation struggle and how it informed our foreign policy. But I got newfound clarity on the importance of the role that the liberation movement played and the pillars of the liberation struggle, and that how came to inform our post-apartheid foreign policy. Let me put it succinctly. The struggle against apartheid was a struggle for liberation, but to link it specifically to this important gathering, it was fundamentally a struggle for, and I quote, because it's also quoted in our Constitution and in the Bill of Rights, it was a struggle for restoring the dignity of the South African oppressed masses, the South African people. That's human rights. I came to appreciate Deputy Minister's newfound respect, certainly understanding for just how central the struggle for human rights was even before 1994. So let me use two examples, and I see it's also contained in Deputy Minister Botha's rendition this morning. During the liberation struggle, the then liberation movement, the ANC, suppose the ANC still regards itself as one, and other liberation movements have been highly inspired by the UN Human Rights Declaration, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It's contained in the Freedom Charter. It's contained in the 1996 Constitution of the Republic. And I'll share this and a very important anecdote with you. When the Mandela government decided to adopt our Constitution in 1996, it actually adopted the Constitution on the day that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was being celebrated. Now just look at that trajectory and the importance that the then liberation movement placed on human rights. Moving along, and here I want to start to become political. In 1993, President Mandela published a very famous article in Foreign Affairs magazine from the Council on Foreign Relations in New York. And I can say this in my sleep. President Mandela coined a phrase in that article: human rights will be the light that guides our foreign policy. The consequence of that is that for the better part of the 30 years post-settlement, critics and observers have singled out that particular statement, the human rights statement, the human rights will be the light that guides our foreign policy, ambassador, as almost the leitmotif, the dominant aspect of our foreign policy. But we know that President Mandela articulated 5 other principles of our foreign policy. And you cannot single out and assess South Africa's foreign policy by only looking at the human rights articulation without looking at the other 5. And here I want to single out 2 of the 5. A fundamental commitment to the peaceful settlement of disputes. A fundamental, unwavering commitment to the settlement of disputes. I want to go further, Minister, and suggest to you that we have achieved greater exploits and achievements in the area of peaceful settlements of disputes, negotiated settlements of conflicts, than in the area of human rights, that our human rights record is a bit mixed. The third one I would like to single out, a fundamental commitment to international law as a pillar of international relations. Now, you cannot just assess this so-called human rights. Let me answer one of your questions, Ambassador. I'm not sure whether a third world war is imminent, but what I'm absolutely certain about, that we have gone beyond what was called by Harvard professors after the fall of the Berlin Wall, a VUCA world. Volatile, uncertain, combustible, and ambiguous. Thank you very much. I think, thank you for finishing the acronym. I think we're going beyond a VUCA world. And Minister, while you have said that we're entering a multipolar world, I would just add to your correct characterization of the emergence of a multipolar world and saying we're entering an unprecedented era of geopolitical rivalry, instigated in particular by Western powers who feel that their hegemony is under threat. Whether that will result in an outright full-scale war, including the unthinkable madness, mutual assured destruction through nuclear weapons, chairperson, one thing is for certain, Africa will become the playground for proxy wars by these great powers, and we have to address the issue of African unity, agency, setting the agenda, and being able to ward off some of these things. Right. Let me now come to some examples. I can hear the footsteps of Ambassador. You are certainly not doing that to music. So, some examples of our achievements in foreign policy. When the New World Order was declared by the US, and by the US in particular, South Africa did an assessment by the time President Mbeki took over, assessing the New World Order. Many of you were there. And actually identified some salient aspects of this new world order. But no sooner had South Africa declared its human rights foreign policy and elevated human rights as a pillar, then we were already under scrutiny for our relations with enemies of democracy: Venezuela, Cuba, Iran, Russia, just to mention a few. Our relations with Zimbabwe, China. Here's the interesting thing. One of the other pillars of President Mandela was universality. We reserve the right to be friends with whichever country we would like to befriend. There came a fundamental change under President Mbeki. A modus operandi, a different modus operandi. One that said, to quote former Minister Alfred Nzo, "We cannot stand on the rooftops and shout human rights." And what was fascinating about those reviews, you were there, Ambassador Kingsley. Many of you were there. The idea was not whether you promote human rights, but how you promote human rights. Because in this world of human rights, and this is a key point I want to make, the human rights debate is no linear debate without contradictions. There are issues of relativism, of liberal democracy, of particularism, of cultural dimension. So the question was how you navigate yourself in human rights, in the world of human rights politics. To quote just something that I came up with this morning, South Africa came to the conclusion that you cannot be an opponent and a condemnator, but you also want to be in the middle of resolving conflicts. So the dominant ethos of our modus operandi in promoting foreign policy, rightly or wrongly, it's for you to judge whether it was the right thing to do, was to approach it behind the scenes where you have frank conversations, sometimes cordial conversations, with parties that you are at odds with. I would be the first to say, in this Orwellian world, the bigger you are, the more difficult it is to have a tougher conversation. And the smaller you are, the easier it is to have a more frank, direct conversation. Poor Lesotho, so far from God and so close to South Africa. But let me begin to round off with a number of, hopefully, takeaways, Excellency. One of the greatest achievements of South Africa in the realm of foreign policy was what my former colleague and mentor, Professor Geldnys, called a norms entrepreneur. I call it norms champion. So whether it's in the continent of Africa, whether it's in multilateral fora, Minister, South Africa has been in the forefront, in shaping debates that will move the normative dimensions on human rights forward. I can go to the list without looking at my notes. The Constitutive Act of the African Union, human rights is contained in it. APRM, human rights is contained in it. NEPAD, human rights is contained in it. Pan-African Parliament, human rights is contained in it. Every time we sat on the two terms of the Security Council, we would actually have our president attending the sessions in order to shape the debate by taking on, particularly these unelected 5 permanent members and other members of the United Nations in order to move the debate. We should not underestimate the normative revolution that South Africa has helped to bring about in world affairs on the area of human rights. That said, The proof of the, well, custard, I suppose, is the proof of the custard is in the implementation. And the onus is not just in South Africa, it's on the entire African continent. And I would be the first to say to you, one of the contradictions in Africa, we sign up to these instruments, but in practice, we approach the world through realist lenses. We cling to our national sovereignty. Another one, and some of them are sitting here. One of the innovative instruments we've used in human rights promotion was envoys, special representatives, particularly to the Great Lakes. Great Lakes region, other countries of the world, using Sherpas. I'm now concluding. We've had some major setbacks. There is no doubt about that. And no guess for thinking what some of those are. The al-Bashir matter really set us back, and the handling of it, particularly as a signatory to the ICC. And I hope we've learned lessons now that we've decided, well, you know, we went to the phase where the governing party, then we leave, then we don't leave, and then we think we're going to leave, and then we're not going to leave. And now that we've taken Israel to the ICC, I hope that debate is now settled, that we belong to the ICC, and will try and influence the ICC from the outside. So serious was the al-Bashir matter that people said we might be moving into a post-human rights era. Last 2 points. The second setback, whether we like it or not, but something positive came out of it. The Lady R saga was really a turning point for South Africa. The threats from the United States in particular to come down like a ton of bricks if they find okapis and pangas from South Africa on the ship really was an eye-opener. And there's one thing South Africa learned. You can't try and please BRICS and the West and just be at the table. That was a turning point. And I end, Minister, particularly colleagues from the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Development. The high water mark of South Africa's 30-year foreign policy was what happened in December last year. Everybody was waiting for a bold state to take Israel on and report it. I certainly did not expect it to be my country and my republic. The consequences are going to be grave in the prices we're going to pay. Our minister's currently in some country there on the Western Hemisphere, some unimportant country called America, engaging Congress, men and women. So in a nutshell, I conclude on 2 notes. The world of human rights promotion is a world full of contradictions. It's how you do it. You are going to make mistakes. But to end with Ambassador Kingsley's question, can we restore our non-aligned posture? Can we promote both human rights and our national interests and self-interest? The question is undoubtedly yes, but there are 3 preconditions. 1, have no doubt that we've entered a VUCA world, and you have to be constantly vigilant, otherwise you're going to make a mistake like Resolution 1973 by forgetting that last clause that says by all means necessary means regime change. That's what it means. So in future, if we see that clause, you either, Minister, take the TIPEX and take it out, or you abstain. Finally, here is the real challenge. Do we have the professional capacity? I say, and I shudder to say this, I was surprised by how, Minister Ramola, please don't call me aside after this. I was surprised by how the Polokwanization also impacted on our foreign policy. If we want to play this role of navigating the politics of interests and the politics of human rights and morality in our foreign policy, we have to build the state, rebuild the state, and for our purposes and for the purpose of this panel, restore the professionalism and the pride of the diplomatic corps and pursue a multi-stakeholder foreign policy where it's not just DIRCO that pursues this, but the relationship between Department of Justice, DIRCO, other departments is very important, but I have no doubt we can restore our credibility and we can restore our image as a country that believes in positive activist non-alignment. Thank you very much. That was 7 minutes.
More than that, Prof. Thank you very much. Prof, maybe other remaining two panel members as they come to the stage. It's really to address the question that some of these international institutions, take the ICC, without underwriting by big powers, are they likely to have teeth? 2 weeks ago, 2 generals from Russia were indicted by the ICC. No one has been indicted in Israel, despite the fact that close to 40,000 people, children, innocent women and children have been killed up to today. I know that debate around the Palestinian issue take place in the next session here. Let's reserve our question and interaction with that. How possible is it for this, within the current configuration of power, that these international institutions would have the power and the leverage to be impartial? Are they not used as instrument for weaker states to punish them? And how do we interface with them? Are they relevant? Are they becoming relevant? I hope you'd help us in terms of this question, Dr. Tong, next. But I think Dr. Tong also deal with the question of this multipolar that people are speaking about. How is the power distribution within the multipolar world? Are we going to continue to have those who are much more powerful wielding too much power, and those who are weaker, they'll remain weaker? How is the power distribution? Are we thinking about a power configuration where even the weaker have a veto power in terms of this configuration? How is it going to work? I know it's a research that is going on. You are perhaps involved in that. Share with us some of this idea as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director, Ambassador. Let me acknowledge first, protocols. Let me acknowledge Minister Lamola, and let me state for the record that he is my executive authority at the Legal Aid Board, but I'm invited in my own capacity. Let me also acknowledge the Deputy Minister, Jeffries, I think is here. Let me acknowledge Deputy Minister Buertes. Let me also state that my work at UNISA, and currently we are interacting quite a lot with DECO. So he has been at UNISA several times to come and participate in different activities there. Solicitor General, my fellow panelists at Legal Aid South Africa, let me acknowledge you as well. I mean, fellow board member at Legal Aid South Africa, I beg your pardon. My fellow panelists that are here, Ambassador Diseko, and let me also state up front, I've had the honor of hosting her at UNISA in October, and I would talk about some of the points that were discussed there. Professor Landsberg, you and I come a very long way. It's okay. Yeah, and, but I reserve the right to agree and disagree with you on this panel. And ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants here, I'm training international law, and my own focus and specialization is on rights of peoples. So you can imagine my excitement when South Africa took up the Palestinian case and went to the International Court of Justice, because that case essentially says somebody in the international system of human rights, in international law, need to think about people. Because the international system of law. It's really a system of agreed principles and rules between states and nations. They agree, states meet and agree and say, this is how we are going to relate with each other. That's in essence international law in that respect. But very often, in that tussle between the powerful, in the tussle between nations, the people sometimes get lost. And it is for that reason that I am especially excited about that. My own entry into international law comes about as a PhD student. I wrote about the people of the Chagos Island. A little bit of background. The Chagos Island is an island in the Indian Ocean. It's still a British colony. It has the biggest US military base outside of the US and the most expensive. The islanders that lived there were former African states. A treaty was signed as per international law between the United States and the United Kingdom to say we shall cooperate to establish a military base here. The two states agreed to summarily take these little former African slaves and dump them in Mauritius. Mauritius happily accepted them in exchange for independence in 1976. Seychelles received some of these former African slaves, and they lived there, but they had to go through some process in order to ensure that they receive Seychelles citizenship. Deputy Minister Bottas, I'm hoping that South Africa will start to pay attention to the Chagos question. And the reason is as follows. Here are 4 states, United States, United Kingdom, Mauritius, and Seychelles involved in this big case. Currently, there's a running case between a dispute of sovereignty between Mauritius and the United Kingdom. Mauritius says the Chagos Islands are unfinished business of decolonization. The African Union supports them on this point. They are saying that Great Britain must hand back the Chagos Islands to Mauritius. What Mauritius conveniently doesn't say or address are the rights of the people of the Chagos Islands. In the year 2022, I facilitated a conference for the University of Johannesburg, the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation. I was astonished to hear the ambassador of Mauritius at that conference refer to Chagosians as Mauritians of Chagosian origin. And I'm saying as South Africa, much as in the scheme of things of international law, while this big tussle happens about sovereignty of the Chagos Islands, South Africa needs to take a principled human rights approach, as we are doing in the case of Palestine, and fight for the people of the Chagos Islands. They remain colonized because they are citizens of a still colonized territory. They live in enforced exile until today in Mauritius, in the United Kingdom, and in Seychelles. And somebody needs to fight for those people and bring in the issue of peoplehood. As South Africans, we understand that it took us to be in the liberation movement, to fight in the liberation movement, and enter the United Nations system and eventually become a state. And I implore us, on the principle of global solidarity, to remember our path in that regard and take up the issue of the people of the Chagos to enable them one day to also become a country independent of Mauritius. And by the way, Mauritius is very complicit in their plight. Yet when it appears in international fora at the United Nations, it says it wants its territory. Who's speaking for the people? I also want to talk about Namibia. Tomorrow is Independence Day for Namibia. 21 March 1990, Namibia gained independence. From who? Apartheid South Africa, right? So as South Africans, for me, this therefore for me demonstrates, hey, that the food is tapping too fast for me there. Ambassador, I have quite a lot to say. I'll try to rush up. So for me, the Namibian case, take Namibia 1971. Okay, firstly, South Africa took up trusteeship of Namibia. Apartheid South Africa took up trusteeship of Namibia under false pretenses during the time of the League of Nations. In 1971, the International Court of Justice passed an advisory panel to say the continued presence of Namibia in South Africa, continued presence of South Africa in Namibia was illegal. It took many years, it took another 20 years for South Africa to eventually, apartheid South Africa, to eventually leave Namibia and allow Namibians to be an independent state. And therefore, and the reason I talk about Namibia, now in the International Court of Justice case, South Africa versus Israel, I was very heartened when Namibia was the first to raise their hands and say we stand with South Africa on this question. So therefore for me, I'm using this example in this case study to show that as a country we've walked a path, a long path. Even if you divide it into apartheid South Africa and democratic South Africa. But Namibia is a case study that shows you nations that have found themselves on the wrong side of morality, international justice, can take choices and make choices and ensure that we make the choices that put us on a path that is favorable for all of humanity. Professor Landsberg, I agree with you and I agree with Ambassador as well, the program director. There will be, and Deputy Minister, as South Africans, we should not be naive about the price we will have to pay for standing up for Palestinians. But I hope that that doesn't discourage us and will propel us to continue on that path as well. I'm not able to cover all the points, but I'd like to speak on the point about the capacity of the state or DECO. I work for the University of South Africa. At UNISA, we are collaborating with DECO to see ways in which we could find ways in which, as the university, we can contribute to the training of diplomats, etc. We've had several symposia, one of them in October of 2023, where we had Ambassador Diseko speaking. And the discussion was South Africa's non-aligned posture. Advocate Mashabane, I saw you struggling this morning, just managing and ensuring people have enough time to speak. I can assure you this topic is going to be very difficult, Ambassador, to get everyone to be able to speak. But I'm happy to say that at UNISA we are continuing this conversation and we will host even more symposia where we will invite the public to come and debate with DECO on South Africa's own stance, on human rights, diplomacy, on all these matters. And that will be an opportune time to have more time to debate these issues. Today is simply not going to be enough to be able to discuss this. On this thing, on the question about how do you balance South Africa's human rights posture on the one hand and other interests as well. In August of 2023, we had the occasion at UNISA to host the African Bar Association conference. At that conference, one of the participants was the former president of the ICC, Judge Chile Eboye Osuji. I had the rare privilege to discuss this with him, and Ambassador Diseko knows I would have had word with her on the side about it. He asked this question: what do I think as an international human rights lawyer about South Africa's decision and how it handled the arrest warrant that was given against Putin, very specifically? He asked me this question. The foot is tapping for me to stop talking, and I'm just starting. Ambassador, on a lighter note. So when he asked me this question, it was because I had spent a lot of time talking to him about the Chagos case. And I was arguing that in the Chagos case, here is the US government ensuring that the British government keep the Chagosians in exile and don't return to their territory, because the US military policy is that the Chagos Islands, which they now call British Indian Ocean Territory, the biggest US military base there, Diego Garcia, the biggest, the US has decided in terms of its military policy that it should remain without a national civilian population. So the Chagosians are kept out of their territory, living in enforced exile, because one government said, I do not want a civilian population here, and the UK, do what you have to do to ensure that the Chagosians never return to their homeland. After speaking so passionately as a human rights lawyer to him about this case, he said, okay, what about South Africa's stance with Russia? Do you believe that South Africa should have allowed President Putin to come to BRICS? And do you believe that South Africa should arrest Putin? My answer was as follows, and this is where I agree largely with my dear Professor Landsberg. Human rights is just one aspect of our diplomacy and our international relations. And my answer was as follows. As South Africa, we were able to use diplomatic channels to address this issue so that we do not have a situation where President Putin comes to South Africa and South Africa has the obligation to arrest him. So this is essentially my point. Yes, I'm a human rights lawyer, and I will argue at every possible opportunity to ensure that the rights of people are protected. At the same time, when we talk international law and we talk international relations, we cannot only address one aspect. On the Palestinian question, we are moving because of global solidarity as a country, and we're supporting the Palestinians because of human rights. Ambassador is trying to stop me there. But I do believe that we need, when we look at these questions, to take a complete picture and look at the entire situation and say, as a country, when it becomes necessary, national interest needs to also be taken into account. Thank you.
Sorry, Doc. Doc, thank you very much. Ambassador Diseko, I hope you are not going to repeat what I've already said. I think what you should really try to help us is to look at the Human Rights Commission at the UN in Geneva and how the Human Rights Commission ought to deal with issues related to homophobia that is starting to emerge within the continent, deal with issues of female genital mutilation that is starting to emerge within the continent. And how do we navigate that? How do we make our policies so robust moving forward to be able to deal with that? And of course, the question is why we failed to make it into the commission? And what are the lessons learned?
Members of the commission.
Minister Lamula, Deputy Minister Porters, DM Jeffries, and other members of the executive that are present here, our moderator, my fellow panelists, dear friends and colleagues. I'd like to begin by thanking Minister Lamula, Advocate Mashabane in the Department of Justice and Constitutional Affairs for convening this conference. I am grateful for the invitation to participate. Underlying Deputy Minister Portes' remarks is that for South Africa, everything flows from the Constitution, a document, our Constitution, a document that embodies all of our rights, both civil and political, as well as social and economic. The Constitution, which is also founded on our history, is the genesis of our national interest. Human rights are intrinsic, inherent to the formulation and execution of our foreign policy. Not out there as things to be added and brought in, but inherent and intrinsic to the formulation of foreign policy. This, Ambassador Makubela, is in contrast to them being merely instruments of foreign policy. South Africa views human rights as underlying values for everything that we do, rather than primarily instruments of foreign policy. So I will focus on a question that was not asked by the program director, and that is the underlying context in which, or terrain in which South Africa pursues its foreign policy objectives, focusing largely on the global dynamics as they play themselves out in global multilateral institutions. An understanding of this is absolutely crucial in a context where I see a disjuncture between how domestically we are measured by commentators and pundits, and how well respected South Africa is amongst nations in the UN system on human rights. For example, Panim Tomboti, writing recently in a column in the Sunday Times on South Africa, assesses South Africa as follows, I quote, "In global terms, South Africa is an insignificant, floundering midget, whose incompetent leadership is expected against logic to be taken seriously on the global stage. And then goes on to say, once we commanded respect, we are now a pariah state. From my experience, Mtombo's astounding assertion is far from the reality of day-to-day international relations. The team at DECO, I understand to be a formidable team that is very effective and highly sought after. Nothing in the UN system moves without South Africa. South Africa is currency and has currency, and its support is highly sought after. That is why we come under fierce criticism, because the struggle is to get South Africa in your corner, because if you don't, many other countries are going to say, we don't actually think we're going in the right direction. South Africa continues to lead many initiatives globally and in the UN system. So Advocate Mashabane, a key proposal I would make for work to be done going forward out of this conference is the need to create space for the understanding of the global politics of human rights, spins and narratives as we approach the review of the Human Rights Council, as it were. It is important that South Africa is clear on the kind of Human Rights Council it wants into the future, where Western countries are already ahead of us with clear views of what they want of the Human Rights Council. Such an understanding is also necessary because of the erosion and corrosion of human rights in Western countries by what is unfolding in Gaza. Accounts of which the ICJ deemed to be the basis of plausibly coming to the conclusion that a genocide is being perpetrated. As I speak in some European countries, while proclaiming to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, key universal legal instruments are being challenged, such as the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Not only are there bans on public demonstrations in support of the Palestinian people, but free speech is being constrained with narrow redefinitions of what anti-Semitism is in order to absolve the state of Israel and give it a free pass when it comes to accountability. Suddenly, TikTok has become a major security threat in a country that championed a UN resolution on the enjoyment of human rights online at the Human Rights Council. In this case, national security interest, as clearly stated by lawmakers, trumps human rights and freedom of expression. Were South Africa to do the same thing, there would be an outcry immediately in the country. But we will not do that because we're not that kind of people. It has not escaped attention to many that Israel is unhappy about TikTok, and that there is a connection between attempts to ban TikTok and the prevention of the exposure of atrocities in Gaza. Israel has to be held accountable. The battleground in human rights divides between those that believe that Israel as a state must be held accountable or not held accountable. Yet Israel was founded on a UN General Assembly resolution, the Partition Resolution 181, which was passed in 1947. On the 27th of February 2017, at the opening of the Human Rights Council, UN Secretary General Guterres said, "Human rights are an intrinsic part of all that we do and all that we are. And so, we must speak up for human rights in an impartial way without double standard. We must invest in human rights and recognize human rights as values and goals unto themselves, not allowing them to be instrumentalized as political tools." The significance of this statement for me is that it actually summarizes the context in which South Africa has had to actually has had to navigate in advancing its foreign policy objectives, particularly with matters pertaining to human rights. in a context where the Constitution of South Africa enjoins South Africa to be independent as a sovereign state, equal among nations on the international scene, and not as a lackey of other international, of big powers, as it were. Now, the reason why I'm saying, Advocate Mashabane, we do need this discussion about the politics of human rights is that when a report came out by Nikki Haley criticizing South Africa for not being aligned to the United States of America, to the interests of the United States of America, there was fright, there was fear that was generated. People didn't go into the report to understand what was the report about. In essence, what that report was about the voting pattern of South Africa on Palestine and on racism. We're never going to agree with the United States on Palestine and racism. However, here domestically, the flag we got for that without going into the report to understand the politics of human rights was just incredible. Again, another example I will use is that when South Africa championed action in response to the killing of George Floyd in the United States of America, it was our media here that raised alarm and said, hey, South Africa is doing things that it ought not to be doing. And when that is being done, it says there are people who ought to be made accountable for human rights, but there are others that should never, ever, ever be held accountable for human rights. And apart from that, in responding to human rights issues, you must be instructed by powerful countries and not express yourself independently or respond in an independent manner. A greater part of the fight is that many of the things that are being proposed by our partners are based on national interest and national security interest, not so much on values. Where we disagree with our partners is that human rights to them are dispensable tools of foreign policy. One minute they want to have this supported. The minute you support it, they leave it, they go elsewhere, and they expect you to run with them. This was so clear with COVID, where the right to health was paramount, and they were telling us, no, it doesn't exist. Leave the private sector to do as it should do. The matter gets complicated, Ambassador. I'm going to summarize. When it comes to Africa, where human rights become mechanisms for intervening in peace and security processes of the African Union, to undercut the processes and the decisions of the African Union, what Western countries do is to generate a human rights resolution. A good example, again, that I will leave you with as I close is South Sudan. The minute the South Sudan agreement, IGAD brokered agreement was concluded, already our partners, the Western countries, wanted an in-way in which they could get inside the process of the implementation of the IGAD peace agreement. The easiest way to do that is through human rights, forgetting that the agreement comprises of 7 chapters inherent in which, or contained in which, are human rights issues such as accountability. An accountability mechanism in Chapter 7 that is envisaged by the African Union, a hybrid mechanism, is not ideal for Western countries. They want their own kind of accountability mechanism that they can use to take out critical players that they do not want. And of course, I think for me, underlying all of this is what's underneath the ground in South Sudan. You know, many of the things that come up are things that are intended as economic tools, but prescriptions for African countries and developing countries. And when similar situations arise in the West, no action is taken. In fact, you dare not even suggest that action is taken. Between 2017 and 2021, in one particular country, human rights were upended in a very big way, with the head of state saying things that were shocking and frightful. I pointed out to my Western partners that there is a report on Burundi, which they insisted on having done, on the basis of which they established a mechanism, a report that the head of state of Burundi was inciting hatred, and therefore a process must be begun to take him to the ICC. I said to my colleagues from the West, if you redacted the name of the country between 2017 and 2021, a child at school, anyway, would be forgiven for saying, this is not an African country, but a big developed country that we know of. How is it that that country cannot be held accountable, especially in matters of incitement to hatred, that culminates in a rolling back of rights in the reshaping of the constitutional court of that country, that you find yourselves in a situation where women cannot even access basic rights that they thought were established. And African Americans are on a secure footing in relation to a status that they thought was already established in affirmative action. And as I speak, lawmakers are drafting laws in states to disenfranchise African Americans. How is it that that is not an issue of importance? So if you're going to judge South Africa taking into full account that the arena we play in is a particular arena where we come with the innocence that we have, that I like, of human rights as values, not as tools of foreign policy. We never say to a country, do this, if you don't, we'll do that. Nor do we go to institutions to create mechanisms to whip countries into line. Where fundamentally we differ with these countries is that on the issue of the right to self-determination, up until we got to Ukraine, they would tell us it doesn't exist. Yet the ICCPR and the ICER's two major covenants of human rights begin with the same clause on the right to self-determination, on the understanding that no one can ever enjoy any rights without the right to self-determination. But suddenly we get to Ukraine, the right to self-determination matters. And South Africa says, but is it going to matter when we come out of Ukraine? We're not getting those assurances. So these are some of the things that I hope would have to be discussed. And I would like to pay tribute to my colleagues. South Africa has capacity. Our diplomats are unmatched. They do incredible things. They really do incredible things. And they are highly sought after. They are brilliant. Their mastery for me is evidence that the ICJ is unparalleled.
Your Excellency delegates, I would have really wanted to have more time for you to interact with these presentations. The big problem, Minister Lamola and Deputy Minister Jeffries and DG, how are we going to finance all these human rights issues that people have correctly identified them at this conference? The global debt, it stands at 300 trillion US dollars. 300 trillion US dollars is the debt. And the global economy, it's $100 trillion, and it's likely going down. Are we, as a generation, I think I want the delegates as a raised question to factor this. Are we, this generation, all of us in this room, have we become gluttons? That we consuming or we solving today's problem with the wealth of future generations? Maybe DG, if you had to organize a mock trial that would happen 100 years later, that future generations will hold us to account about how we squandered their wealth. Organize that maybe with Prof here and the doctor here. It it will be interesting to see the results, how future generation would be harsh on us. South Africa, we are not even servicing, we haven't started to service our debt, we're paying the interest. And the Minister of Finance said we are likely not even to meet the threshold of servicing our interest. So these are our problems as we move forward. Can I then, I'm going to start entertaining questions. I'll start on my center left, but I'll take a question right at the back. Then I'll come back again on my far left, take a question in front, go back to my center right, take a question here, and to the far right, a question right at the back, and allow the panel to respond to these questions and make comments, and hopefully conclude on time. No, I said to the back. On my center right, my center left, right to the back. Is there a question right to the back? Somebody should
Thank
please
you,
help
Program
me.
Director. My name is Bafana Dube from Azania Africa Initiative. We say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Can we, let me interrupt you. The next session deals specifically with issues related to the Palestine, 2 sessions on that.
Okay.
Can we reserve that? If we have anything that has to do with that, let's reserve that for the next 2 panels.
Yes,
Please.
Program Director, however, your panelists have also interacted on the issue of Palestine.
No, I
But
don't
it's
dispute
fine,
that.
I understand you.
No, I don't dispute that. I'm saying we are likely to get more information. It will be much more helpful, and it will be better interactive if we were to reserve that. I'm not saying don't raise it.
Okay.
The Deputy Minister may have spoken to it or other people. Let's reserve that for the next panel, please.
Okay.
So that we don't
What-
open up the discussion on the next panel now, before all this presentation that I know people have made very good arrangements for.
Thank
Please.
you. Thank you, Program Director. I just want to check with regards to the international relations issue. What is it that what is the position of the African Union with regards to the people of Western Sahara? And why is it that the South Africa cannot do what it did for Palestine to take Morocco to the ICJ? Those are the 2 questions that I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me come to my far left, in front here. I see there's a question there. Please. Yes, the hand there. I can see. Please.
Oh, thank you. All protocol observed. On the 22nd to 24th of March 2023, there was the National Conference on the Constitution that was held at Galaga Estate. And I'm also mindful, appreciative of the fact that our Constitution is held in high esteem. Mindful of the inputs that were made at the Galaga Estate, the contributions, at that conference on the 22nd to 24th of March, and the need to scrutinize regional and international instruments overall, and their impact on ordinary citizens of this country. I'm just wondering from the presentations that have just been made, is it not about time that the South African foreign policy is subjected to the same or similar consultations on reflections and the road ahead in terms of the policy?
Thank you.
Would it not be appropriate to do that? And just a teeny weeny, also, this is said without prejudice, to ensure that such consultations on the policy, on the South African policy, are inclusive mainly of people at the grassroots level, instead of mainly being academic. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I come to my center right? I'll take a question in front here. Is there any question? If there's none? Oh, which side? Are you from this side or this side? No, we come in that side. I want to accommodate people this side. Any question? If there's none?
I'm
the lady,
here.
The lady right at the back.
I'm here, Program Director.
The lady at, gentlemen. Yeah, please, sir.
Thank you very much. May I please ask the Deputy Minister to comment on the difference with which the Putin and Al-Shabaab cases were dealt with, and what informed that difference? Thank you.
Thanks very much.
My name is.
Wait.
I'm here.
No. We are this side.
I raised
The
my
gentleman,
hand first.
no, please. I
Okay.
said we're going to start this way, we go this way, and we give people this chance. So I just want to ensure that everyone here, we're not looking at one side. Gentleman over here, please.
Thank you. My name is Zweli Ndaba from Sisonke People's Forum. All protocol observed. To the Deputy Minister, do you know about our cars that were hijacked from us that are easily crossing to Mozambique? Then what steps did you take about those cars and bringing back to us? Secondly, do the people of international knows that in South Africa we are having undocumented who are living freely so in South Africa? To the Prof. Chris and Dr. Maureen, what is the primary aims of this foreign policy? Because the treatment that we received when we visiting them is not human. Then I'm just want to find out the aims of this foreign policy. Thank you.
Good. Can I then give the gentleman who stood up there? Please, sir. And after that, we'll allow the panel to respond and come up with their concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, for your
But the
generosity.
Program Director, I read.
Can we allow the gentleman here to speak?
Thank you, Program Director. Just wanted to find out from DECO, how are they assisting in terms of the issues of reparations? Because you know that the Nuremberg Council or the court that decided that reparation must be paid for enslavement of the people of Germany. But now when it comes to the Africans, no one is talking about reparation and repatriation. Our fellow African from diaspora, when they come here, they come through immigration laws, while we expected the country to take a direction that Ghana is taking, the door of return, where Africans are coming back home without having to explain themselves. Number two, how do we assist Congo because of its minerals, that it's been attacked and our politicians are there, but not for the interest of the people of Congo, but for the interest of their own interest, actually. So how do we assist the Congolese in their plight? Because it is the cobalt that is creating havoc with the people of Congo and the geopolitics as we experience them. And South Africa here at home, how do we help South Africa to maintain and respect human rights? Because currently we have the army that was instituted by our premier in Gauteng without following due law or processes. The Amapanyazas brutally beating our people for mere things that possession of cannabis, while cannabis has been freely, given the right for every people to have a possession of the cannabis. How do we assist the country?
Thank you.
These are the issues.
Can we let everyone else respond, and maybe Deputy Minister, you can come right at the end to sum up. Doc, do you want to respond? Can we please be very short in our response?
Thank you. I'll be very short, but in academia we find ways to manage these matters. I've spoken to my dear Professor Landsberg to take it up because that was the primary focus of his speech.
On the issue of reparations, I presume this refers to the genocide in Namibia that was committed by Germany. Rather than subject that to African instruments, Germany has tried to bilateralize that and resolve it with Germany between the two of them. And they're working out reparations. I think that is why Namibia was very upset when Germany issued a statement to the effect that it would defend Israel against a case. The second aspect to your question was about people of African descent, I think, diaspora, if I understood all of that. South Africa has done a considerable amount of work to ensure that the United Nations acknowledges people of African descent and the victims of the transatlantic slave trade. And systems and processes have been put in place. I think we're actually finishing the decade of people of African descent. Thanks.
Thank you. If I may also come back on the issue of reparations, it is my biggest argument on the, for example, Ambassador spoke about Germany, but I'm also saying that the people of Chagos Islands are entitled to reparations. They've been removed, displaced, forced to live in exile by two powerful bodies in the world, two world powers, and they should be paying reparations to them. We also know that African Americans have been leading the cause and the argument to say that they're entitled to reparations for transatlantic slave trade, and I fully support the argument. Thanks.
Let me try and be crisp, not crisp. So let me answer the question that was, first the question was specifically asked to me. The primary aims of these foreign policies and our foreign policy. The primary aims of South Africa's foreign policy and that of any other country is to overcome the domestic challenges that the country faces, notably security, welfare, or development, uplift these countries. And these, by the way, speaks to human rights. So to put it to you in a nutshell, what I would say is that as activists as we are on foreign policy matters abroad, I think we really have to also, sorry for the colloquial language, get our domestic house in order and serve the human rights of our own people. I think there's a lacuna there, but that's the primary objective of our foreign policy, and in particular of the current administration. I'm looking forward to see what administration will emerge on the 30th of May, but the current one, to overcome the triple helix of joblessness, unemployment, inequality, and may I add, national cohesion, non-racialism, unity, and building a unified state. That's the, let me just take one other one, Ambassador. There's a big debate that's going on about the future of Pan-Africanism. Should we pursue what I describe, and I've co-authored a paper with my student assistant, who's actually my boss, who's here today, is a continental approach and a continental African Pan-Africanist approach the right one and still relevant, Ambassador? Or should we go, and I'm looking forward to seeing the video that we couldn't hear earlier, or should we go for a global African approach? Because if truth be told, just like the Caribbeans were in the forefront of coining the very phrase Pan-Africanism, leading the charge from Henry Sylvester Williams, Blyden, W.B.E. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, they are advocating for a new approach called global Africanism, and they are in the forefront of the reparations movement. We focus on Namibia, finally, Ambassador, but it's clear that there are skirmishes where Africans are becoming a bit bold to take on Western powers, and I like your example of Mauritius, right? I like that example. Was it Mauritius, right? And that's stateless people. But just look at how bold African countries from Nigeria, Senegal, North Africa are in saying to the colonizers, at the very least, return all our stolen artifacts. There's something that's happening in the world. The unbridled, unchallenged hegemony of the United States, in particular the West in general, I get the impression is waning, and the South, even though it's not always unified and speaking with one voice, but there's a newfound assertiveness and a shedding of timidity when it comes to the issue of reparations. In our case, sadly, we gave the former oppressors a soft landing, unlike the problems that Boeing has currently in America, right, with these turbulent landings. A soft landing. And we can agree that one of the mistakes we made, or problems, in hindsight, is that we were so focused on a political settlement, Ambassador, and rightly so, that we forgot the need for a CODESA, for an economic CODESA, but it may be only a matter of time that that will be put on the agenda. That's why I'm looking forward so much to see which coalitions emerge after the 29th.
No, thank you very much, Ambassador. I think my first response is obviously on what is the position of the African Union as it relates to the plight of the Sahrawi people in the Western Sahara. You'll remember, ladies and gentlemen, the African Union as the key regional organization is subordinate in relation to decisions of, in particular, the United Nations Security Council, the UNSC, and the UN. And therefore, it underpins and upholds, ladies and gentlemen, the decision on a referendum that should be privileged to the Sahrawi people, in order for the Sahrawi people, ladies and gentlemen, to determine their choice on self-determination. That choice of self-determination is a mirror image, for example, to the choice of self-determination as it relates to the people of South Sudan and Sudan. If we look at it from historical optics, the major problem of Morocco, ladies and gentlemen, is that when Spain, as the colonial authority in 1969, decided to forego its colonial territories, it unilaterally ceded the territory of the Sahrawi people to the Kingdom of Morocco. And that is the difficulty that we have, obviously, because self-determination is premised on the fact that people themselves, exercising their human rights, their universal suffrage, are able to determine their own future. So it's actually an antithesis in terms of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So that is the first issue. The second issue, ladies and gentlemen, that we just want to crystallize is that the SADC intervention in the DRC, remember in the DRC, it's a conflict that has come from 1996. You would recall the Lusaka engagements, the inter-Congolese dialogue as championed and anchored by President Mbeki at that time. The main difficulty with the conflict in the DRC, ladies and gentlemen, it's not the interstate conflict. So it's not a conflict between different states. You would recall that the DRC are bordered by 9 different countries. The major difficulty in the DRC is the intrastate conflict that are fueled by one prominent non-state actor in the form of the M23 movement. Our value proposition embedded in the Constitution centralized the issues about peace diplomacy. Now, peace diplomacy have 2 key tenets, ladies and gentlemen. It speaks about de-escalation, it speaks about cessation of hostilities, and it's then underpinned by negotiations, mediation, and dialogue. And the intervention of SADC, it's exactly the same intervention that SADC have made in the northern part of Mozambique, in Cabo Delgado, where there was an insurgency. The last issue, ladies and gentlemen, that I want to address, someone asked, what is the difference between how South Africa handled the issues of the ICC warrant to President Putin, vice versa the ICC warrant to President al-Bashir? The central topology, ladies and gentlemen, you know, because it was Antonio Gramsci that said, to tell the truth is revolutionary, isn't it so? The central topology has been leadership. You have a leader in the form of President Ramaphosa. You have the leader in terms of the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, which stood firm to codify the principles of international law and our signatory to the Rome Statute. That is the unequivocal substantive truth that has happened, is that when the Deputy President who chaired the Interministerial Committee, the IMC, on behalf of Cabinet as mandated by the President, raised a question, what stands us to do, given the indictment of the ICC, in relation to President Putin coming to the BRICS summit? The leadership, ladies and gentlemen, spoke truth to power. So you had your Minister of Justice that spoke truth to power, taken the leadership of the country into confidence that, Uguti, on this matter, we are not able to flout international law. We are not able to be in conflict with our own constitution, and therefore the only option available to the presidency in South Africa was to engage in unique diplomatic mastery. So that is the issue, ladies and gentlemen. It's a central topology of leadership, and I want to say, Ambassador Kingsley, because of that leadership that has been so systematic, that has been substantive, you are unlikely to see a coalition government beyond the 29th of May. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
Let me, on your behalf, thank our panelists. And we're going to the next round of the discussion. The discussion continues. There's another presentation that we would, but thank you very much to the panel. DG, thank you. My time is over, man. The DG reassured me that if there are people with concerns, questions, contribution, please send them to the department. They will be factored in the outcome of the conference and they will be attended. That's the intention. Thank you very much. There are envelopes for you.
Just go that side and give them.
Prof, there's an envelope for you.
Okay, Ambassador Makubela, Deputy Minister Botes, Professor Landsberg, Dr. Tong, Ambassador Nozipho Mxakato Diseko. Thank you very much for a vibrant and lively panel. May we then request that you may, they are taking a picture, then you can take a seat. We move directly now, ladies and gentlemen, to the next panel that will be dealing with the the right to self-determination, and then focusing on Western Sahara and Palestine. Can we try that video if it's ready now, please, as the panel comes forward? The facilitator of that panel is Ambassador Mbulelo Rakwena. Is it not that one? Who is facilitating the? Oh, Chris Givers. Yeah. Where is he? Dr. Chris Givers, my apologies, I mixed up your panel. Excuse me? Are you part of this as well? No, Chris Givers. Yeah, not that Chris, but this Chris. You stay, Prof, to make your inputs. Can we get the panel members for this to join? And what's the problem? Can we play that video? Oh, you are ready? Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's.
Triumph over it. The brave man is not he who does not feel afraid, but he who conquers that fear, end of quote. And I'm sure he meant women too. In fact, Maya Angelou certainly did when she said, and I quote, "Courage is the most important of all the virtues, because without courage, you can't practice any other virtue consistently," end of quote. That courage is the hallmark of the South African people, who stared down apartheid from 1948 to 1994 because racial segregation under the all-white government of South Africa was an untenable obscenity. The International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination makes it clear in Article 1 that, and I quote, "The term racial discrimination shall mean any distinction, exclusion, restriction, or preference based on race, color, descent, or national or ethnic origin, which has the purpose or effect of nullifying or impairing the recognition, enjoyment, or exercise on an equal footing of human rights and fundamental freedoms in the political, economic, social, cultural, or any other field of public life," end of quote. As a reminder, on 21 December 1965, the United Nations General Assembly adopted Resolution 2106, which established the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, called the ICERD for short. It is among the oldest conventions in the Human Rights Office, the United Nations Human Rights Office, and in that arsenal of the UN to target oppression and discrimination. The convention essentially resolves to adopt all necessary measures for speedily eliminating racial discrimination in all its forms and manifestations, and to prevent and combat racist doctrines and practices in order to promote understanding between races and to build an international community free from all forms of racial segregation and racial discrimination. And 182 states parties have signed on to the ICERD, and we continue to work with them to eliminate this uneducated behavior from among us. Among those who suffered because they said no more apartheid were those who we honor every March 21 on your Human Rights Day, which gave inspiration to the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Now, no disrespect to the brothers, but as this is Women's History Month, permit me to say the names of some of the women who were victims in the Sharpeville massacre. Maria Molebatsi, Elisa Molesti, Nora Mbele, Miriam Sekitla, Christina Motsepe, Elizabeth Mfilkulu, Jemima Potsi, and Anna Ramola. Or I think we should say Anna Ramoloa. And I apologize if I am massacring these names, but I'm trying to pay respect to these women as we celebrate Women's History Month. In recognition of theirs and other struggles and to ensure non-return to the days of racial inequality and denial of human rights, you have elaborated a Bill of Rights. All those who have been paying attention since 1994 know that the Bill of Rights is the cornerstone of South Africa's democracy. It enshrines the rights of all people in South Africa and affirms the democratic value of human dignity, equality, and freedom. South Africa is also a signatory to a number of conventions which seek to protect the human rights of everyone globally and locally. Since 1994, and in keeping with the promotion of a human rights culture, the focus is progressively shifting from an adversarial and retributive criminal justice system to that of a restorative justice system. I'm aware that the implementation of these rights is still a work in progress, especially for women, although as of 1996, they have equal rights as everyone else. Gender-based violence is still a big issue, and CEDAW has been keeping a watch on its escalation. But on this Human Rights Day, South Africans are being asked to reflect on their rights, to protect their rights and the rights of all people from violation, irrespective of race, gender, age, religion, sexual orientation, whether they are foreign national or not, because human rights apply to everyone equally. In 1948, the United Nations defined 30 articles of human rights in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It established universal human rights on the basis of humanity, freedom, justice, and peace just over 75 years ago. Of course, justice and peace also require reconciliation. I know that much hope was attached to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, but a huge debt is still outstanding in my personal view. It is clear that many of the threats to democracy and peace in this still young nation are attributable to the legacies of colonialism. But until reparatory justice is a reality, and the settlement of a huge debt built up by the colonizers and those who humiliated and brutalized black people for decades because of racial discrimination is settled, there will not be true peace. The anti-colonial struggle is still in progress, and the Durban Declaration and Program of Action and the Program of Activities for the International Decade for People of African Descent, though ending soon, remain blueprints for the advancement of recognition, justice, and development. South Africa has come so far since 1948. But as Tata Madiba said, and I quote, To be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others, end of quote. May you, South Africans, succeed on this path despite the challenges, because freedom must reign. And as USA civil rights activist Ella Baker said, those who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. I thank you.
Honorable President, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, judges, and members of the legal profession, colleagues and friends. My name is Anne Skelton. I'm the chairperson of the Committee on the Rights of the Child, but I'm also a South African lawyer who has an interest in children's rights. The South African Constitution has the most comprehensive children's rights clause in the world. The Constitution drew on international and regional law, but it also has many features that are unique. It has inspired similar constitutional.
Afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? So welcome, and apologies for the mix-up. We thought, since we were having such good luck with the videos, we might try them all at once, but we will come back to Professor Anne Skelton, who will give us an address in a moment. So it's my great pleasure to be with you this morning. I want to begin by acknowledging the presence of Minister Lamola, our host, the Deputy Ministers Bottas and Jeffries, and other members of the executive present, members of the legislature and judiciary, traditional leadership, and representatives of constitutional bodies, and of course our speakers. So His Excellency Mr. Bassam Al-Husseini, representing the state of Palestine, Professor Leah Ndumarimo from Nelson Mandela University, along with Dr. Ahmed Amara, who's joining us online, and Ms. Eliana Antonio Rosario, who's going to deliver us be with us via video message. So my name is Christopher Gievers. I teach international law and human rights at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. It's my great pleasure to be here today to reflect on 30 years of South Africa's constitution, and in particular to unpack our national, regional, and international actions and policies aimed at the promotion and protection of human rights in accordance with our international legal obligations. Our particular task for this morning, or now this afternoon, is to consider the question of international human rights law and the right of self-determination of the people of Palestine and Western Sahara. And we have a remarkable panel of speakers joining us in person and online who will be able to do just that in a moment. However, before I introduce the speakers, I want to first recall the statement made by African states at the UN General Assembly in 1978 on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of another epoch-making human rights document, which has been mentioned a couple of times today, and one which this constitution, our constitution, shares a birthday with, the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So on the occasion of its 30th anniversary in 1978, African states struck a somber note, telling the General Assembly, and I quote, "As far as black South Africans are concerned, this is the darkest night, which is not being illuminated even by the feeble light of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The same applies to the question of Palestine, where the rights of Palestinians are ignored and trampled on. The tension we see in the Middle East, and which every day threatens the security throughout the world, has its origins in the flouting of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people. Without awareness of this Palestinian reality, the world can expect further evils which could be avoided," end quote. So I recount that speech from 1978 today to both recognize how far South Africa has come since those darkest of nights, but also to be frank about how long we still have to go to ensure and secure the freedom and inalienable right to self-determination of the peoples of Palestine and Western Sahara. In fact, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights 75th anniversary celebrations in December of last year were muted, or better yet, drowned out by the sounds of guns and missiles that have rained down on Gaza since the 7th of October 2023, killing over 30,000 and wounding a further 70,000 Palestinians, and literally scorching the earth of Gaza. As we meet today, the no less inhumane violence of systematic starvation claims yet more Palestinian lives daily and threatens the lives of hundreds of thousands more with no end in sight. This notwithstanding the fact that every single major international institution of the multilateral system as it stands is engaged on this question, including the International Court of Justice at the behest of South Africa. In Western Sahara, we see renewed conflict and the gains of 50 years of struggle by its people for their internationally recognized right to self-determination and supported by the concerted regional action being undermined and sacrificed at the altar of geopolitics and realpolitik, including the politics of the Middle East. So I want to begin by asking Professor Ndimurimo to come up and give us an overview of the situations in Palestine and in Western Sahara as they concern the right to self-determination. Thank you.
I'm a bit short. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And as you heard, my name is Leah Ndimurimo. I'm an associate professor at the Nelson Mandela University in Port Elizabeth, Eastern Cape. Yeah, when I was before I can start talking, I would like to state that all protocol observed. So thank you very much for the organizers of this conference, which is so profound when we have to discuss on the issues of human rights. And thank you for to my program director as well as my panelist. So when I was asked to talk about the right to self-determination, I was thinking, how am I going to, or what I'm going to say so that it can make sense in the big theme of celebrating 30 years of protection and promotion of human rights in South Africa. I think you would agree with me that this is among the critical discussions and tough ones, but good thing is that the previous session has set up a scene for me and for all of us in this panel to be safe to engage in these discussions. So my discussion or my contribution, whatever it may, you may perceive it, will try to look at the right of determination, the legal framework at international, regional, and even national levels. But I'm going to zoom in the case of Palestine as well as Western Sahara. I will look at a few cases decided by ICJ, as well as the Supreme Court of Canada. And also I'll try to raise critical questions to all of us to ponder so that we can go forward. So in terms of Article 1, Sub-Article 2 of the UN Charter, recognizes the right to self-determination and also urge the member states to take appropriate measures to strengthen the universal peace. And would recall in our previous presentations how they alluded to that when they were trying to discuss on the issue of South Africa being involved in the issue of Palestine. Also, the ICCPR as well as ICCSR reinforces what is stated under Article 1, sub-Article 2, which can be read together with Articles 55 and 73 of the UN Charter. But at the regional level, also Article 20, sub-Article 1 of the African Charter, also state or reiterate what is stated in the UN Charter as well as the ICCPR as well as ICCR. But what is troubling me is that at the regional level, especially when a reference can be made to the Alexandria Protocol of 1944, as well as the Charter of the Organization of Islamic Conference, which was adopted in Rabat, Morocco in 1969, did not explicitly provide for the right to self-determination. And that is a problem when it comes to a legal framework. So let me try to go into the case of Palestine. I don't want to repeat much because it has been said a lot. This country, which is situated in the Middle East, has been entangled in a protracted armed conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. The Palestinians have sought a kind of self-determination so that they can have a kind of an autonomy within the West Bank, including the East Jerusalem, as well as Gaza Strip. However, when the Israel nation was established in 1948, resulted into the displacement of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, and also creating refugee crisis. And also, some attempts were made at the international level, especially when the Oslo Accord were concluded in 1994. However, there were some obstacles which were evident in that settlement of the dispute. And that raised some security concerns, as well as the dispute over the borders, and hence hindering the realization of the Palestinians' right to self-determination. So, while the Palestinian Authority governs a portion of Western Bank and Gaza Strip in terms of Oslo Accords, these territories remain under Israel military control, and that is a problem, in my humble view. And that is contrary to the international community's affirmation on the Palestinian people's right to self-determination, and as it was endorsed in the negotiations. Now let us move to the Western Sahara. This is also another example of contested territory in the North Africa. It has been a subject of dispute between Morocco and indigenous people of Sahrawi, which is represented by Polisario Front since the Spain relinquished its powers in 1975. While Morocco asserts sovereignty over Western Sahara, the Polisario Front advocates for the territory's independence and autonomy. But also, again, UN, international community, in brackets, was involved in trying to facilitate the negotiations in order to maintain ceasefire, and also conducted a referendum. And that happened in 1991. However, there were some disagreements over the voter eligibility. And then the territories' status to be self-governed were delayed and also raised more human rights concerns, especially on the aspect of limiting the freedom of expression, assembly, and detention and torture, to mention few. So I'm going to look at a few cases which were taken to the ICJ on the realization of the right to self-determination. I would start with the Namibia or Southwestern African cases of 1950s and 1960s. In these cases, it was emphasized that there is an importance of respecting the right to self-determination in the decolonization process. Let me look at Western Sahara's case, also taken to the ICJ. In that case, the court decided that there were some legal ties of allegiance between indigenous people of Western Sahara and the Moroccan authorities, but also recognized the existence of the right to self-determination. And I'm looking also at another case of East Timor versus Australia, also taken to the ICJ, is a case of 1995. In this case, the ICJ decided that Portugal still retained the legal responsibility for East Timor's decolonization, and that the right to self-determination of people of East Timor had not been extinguished. Then, after looking at these ICJ cases, I looked also a case at the national level. This is a Canadian case, the Quebec Secession Reference of 1998, whereby the Supreme Court held that the Quebec government has the right to pursue secession through constitutional process that respects the right to all Canadians, including the principle of federalism and the right of the minority. And another case which I would like also to draw to your attention is the Kosovo advisory opinion of 2010, which was also a matter taken to the ICJ. And the ICJ, in that case, found that international law does not prohibit declarations of independence. And the court was of the opinion that it didn't not explicitly address the right to self-determination, but touched upon on the related principles. Why I had to refer to all these cases in my discussion? It is because you would have seen that there are some inconsistencies demonstrated in the interpretation of the right to self-determination. In the Western Sahara's case, the ICJ accepted that there is a legal nature of self-determination concerning the non-self-governing territories. But later, the same ICJ, in the East Timor's case, confirmed that the self-determination is an important principle in the field of international law. However, when we refer to the Kosovo's case, the same ICJ decided that international law does not prohibit declarations, but was not clear on addressing the issues of the right to self-determination. So what can we learn from all these cases? Self-determination is an enforceable right in terms of convention and customary international law. However, there have many scholarly debates which are remaining on whether its application is politically sound. Some scholars believe that granting the right to self-determination can lead to more undesirable consequences, like tribalism, radicalism, where some groups may seek autonomous existence, and also fragmentation of the state, if a reference can be made of what happened in 1960s in the Biafra case of Nigeria, as well as the Katanga case in 1960s. I'm so grateful that in the previous session, the issue of DRC Congo came to the light. And among the issues which are troubling African continent is the protracted armed conflicts which bring more burden to other countries. I uphold South Africa for playing a major role to try to resolve the issues of violations of human rights in Africa. If a reference can be made to the case of DRC, the case of Burundi, the case of Ethiopia, and the like, just to mention a few. The case of Burundi, for example, is a case which I've been trying to engage on because for my PhD, I tried to look at the issues of violations of human rights in Burundi. And the issues of genocide in my findings were eminent or were evident. And that's why Burundi, for example, in 2021, the established Truth and Reconciliation Commission revealed that there was some genocide which was committed in the case of Burundi. But what is interesting is that, yes, the genocide of her neighboring country, Rwanda, was recognized at international level, but the case of Burundi hasn't been recognized. And it is even surprising to see that even the findings of the Burundi's Truth and Reconciliation Commission hasn't been subjected to the public debate as well as we speak. So the right to the self-determination, one wonders whether if that right is realized, then the state in question, can it meet the criteria is set out in the Montevideo Convention on the statehood? For example, to have permanent population, also have demarcated borders or effective governance, and also ability to interact or to have international relations so that it can engage in diplomatic relations or diplomatic engagement. So without boring you too much, I would like to make a conclusion by stating that the right to self-determination is an essential right in addressing the conflict in the case of Palestine as well as Western Sahara. However, it has been proven that the application of this right has far-reaching implications in terms of maintaining the international peace and stability, and ultimately promoting the human rights. And despite of the national and regional and global recognition, achieving the genuine self-determination remains complex. If one can refer to what is happening in the Middle East as well as African regions. And more human rights concerns have been raised, and that's why we are dealing currently, even in South Africa, for example, we are dealing with the issues of foreigners coming to South Africa. And most of them, they are coming because in their countries, they are not stable. They cannot stay there because of the ongoing armed conflict. So, my proposal would be that we need some sort of collaboration in order to address the issues of protection of human rights, including the right to self-determination. Because if the right to self-determination is realized, then other rights also, as we have been engaging since the beginning of this conference, can be realized. And also, we mustn't forget that the debates on the right to self-determination cannot exonerate the role of the global North versus global South. And because of that, you find out that in any aspect or any concerns which may be raised relating to the right to self-determination cannot be avoided because there are issues which are behind, let's say, the external component of the realization of the right to self-determination, as well as the geopolitical interest in those cases, as we have seen in the case of Western Sahara, as well as a Palestinian. So, to me, I think that there is unfinished business. I don't know whether there could be another alternative so that we can ensure that the right to self-determination has been realized. I thank you.
Sorry. So we're going to mix mediums now and go on to a video in a moment. And while I give the production crew a chance to get that arranged, I thought I might just tell my favorite anecdote about the RCJ, which is little known. So we had mentioned this morning of W.B. Du Bois and Henry Sylvester Williams, and I would add to them the female Pan-Africanists of Anna Julia Cooper and Alice Kinloch of South Africa. One of the final actions of the Pan-African Congresses was to recommend taking apartheid South Africa to the RCJ, in fact, by resolution of the All Africa People's Congress in 1958. And so that's the first time South Africa has been before the RCJ in a contentious proceedings. And we lost that case, or I should say, Liberia and Ethiopia, who were representing African states, lost that case in 1966 because the British and the Australian judge colluded to disqualify the judge from Pakistan. So we lost on the fraudulent misrepresentations of one of the judges. In response to that case, and this is the bit that's less well known, is that white settlers in Southwest Africa were so ebullient about the role of the International Court of Justice in maintaining apartheid that they donated money to UNISA. And that money to UNISA, which was donated in the name of the lead counsel for South Africa, an advocate for Laurent van der Mat, was used to establish a center at UNISA. It was also used to fund the first two South African international law journals, the Comparative and International Law Journal of South Africa, founded in 1968, and the South African Yearbook of International Law, founded in the 1970s. We don't have any more. our 2 international law journals were funded by, in part, white settlers from Southwest Africa who believed in the International Court of Justice. They were also funded by money from international companies and by the apartheid government. But that's just an anecdote to say that we should be wary, perhaps, of putting all our faith in international law and international institutions. And this is not the first time we've been to the ICJ. So my question, coming back to the Prof in a moment, would be to say, which ICJ are we before today? But before I get there, let me introduce a video by Ms. Elena Antonio Rosario, who's the director of the Department of Differential Approaches at the Special Jurisdiction for Peace in Colombia. And I want to acknowledge in the audience the presence of the Ambassador Maria from Colombia, who was instrumental in allowing and helping Elena to bring this video to us today. So thank you very much.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Quiero agradecer de antemano este espacio que se me ha brindado el día de hoy, particularmente a la embajadora Charomina, quien amablemente me ha invitado a participar y con quien conversamos un poco sobre cuál podría ser el sentido de la ponencia. Finalmente decidimos que fuera un poco hablar de las limitaciones a la libre autodeterminación de los pueblos y cómo éstas traspasan fronteras. Cuando hablamos de la libre determinación de los pueblos, muchos de nuestros países arrancan mencionando la gran cantidad de normatividad que se ha expedido para proteger a los pueblos minoritarios o en desventaja social y cultural. No obstante, buena parte de estas normas no fueron consultadas ni preparadas conjuntamente con los integrantes de estos pueblos. Colombia es un buen ejemplo de esto, pues tenemos normas de todo tipo, incluso en Latinoamérica somos considerados uno de los estados con la mejor constitución que regula casi todos los escenarios posibles y producimos más leyes cada año que cualquier otro país. La gran cantidad de normas creadas en su mayoría con muy buenas intenciones, terminan cortando y direccionando lo que debe ser el autogobierno y las opciones propias de futura de los pueblos étnicos. Para muchos pueblos étnicos en Colombia y en otras partes del mundo, la libre autodeterminación parte del reconocimiento de la diferencia como un derecho fundamental. Entender que no queremos ser iguales que el resto de los ciudadanos, sino que queremos que nuestras diferencias y particularidades nos permitan desarrollar una ciudadanía pertinente y ajustada a nuestra realidad. En Colombia, varios líderes y lideresas nos han enseñado, por ejemplo, que las disputas territoriales han sido en su mayoría causadas por personas externas que empezaron a regular y establecer fronteras entre un pueblo y otro. Esta es una práctica común en Latinoamérica. Así lo plantearon en 2021 los representantes de los gobiernos autónomos de los pueblos indígenas Huampis de Perú y gobiernos territoriales indígenas de Bolivia. Ellos decían que cuando se habla de territorio y de la propiedad de los pueblos indígenas es necesario partir de una concepción sociohistórica que habla de territorios integrales, que no significan líneas fronterizas, sino que hablan de cómo la naturaleza funciona en equilibrio, el agua, la tierra, el espacio, incluyendo la relación con el ser humano. Y es por eso que se habla de territorios integrales, lejos de la noción de fronteras y límites entre un estado y otro o una ciudad y otra. Pero cuando llegan personas o estados a establecer estas fronteras, no están atentando solo contra la noción de propiedad, sino que empiezan a establecer diferencias identitarias que en el desarrollo cultural no existían. Estas prácticas han llevado a grandes conflictos internos que debilitan los gobiernos y las formas propias de administrar justicia. Al debilitar estas estructuras, los pueblos étnicos o minoritarios son puestos en mayor desventaja y en riesgo de desaparecer. Asimismo, se empieza a restringir el derecho a determinar la forma como desean desarrollarse en lo productivo, en la transformación de productos y las formas de comercialización, forzando a estos pueblos a asumir prácticas que no son suyas y que atentan contra sus valores culturales e identitarios. En Colombia, la Corte Constitucional ha establecido límites a la autodeterminación de los pueblos. En la sentencia T568 de 2017, se establecieron varios límites, pero yo solo voy a hablar de dos de ellos. El primero, en materia de administración de justicia, decían que los pueblos pueden administrar justicia propia o ancestral dentro de su territorio y siempre que se garantice el debido proceso a las partes involucradas. Y el segundo, en materia territorial, donde dicen que la autodeterminación está limitada por las prácticas de desarrollo sostenible y estar en el marco de las funciones sociales y ecológicas de la propiedad. Me quiero detener en este último, pues debo recalcar que cerca del 90% de las tutelas o demandas en contra del Estado se deben a la violación de la consulta previa, pues los pueblos se resisten a la idea de que se implementen en sus territorios industrias extractivas, explotaciones mineras y petroleras que afectan sus territorios y que no son compatibles con sus prácticas de producción y etnodesarrollo. Es decir, se les exige a los pueblos que deben manejar un desarrollo sostenible, pero también se les empuja a aceptar prácticas de desarrollo que demuestran ser nocivas para el medio ambiente. Es en estos casos donde la ley va por una vía y la realidad social y económica va por otra, imponiendo de esta manera el interés general de la población no étnica por encima de la libre autodeterminación de los pueblos étnicos. Los pueblos étnicos en Colombia nos han enseñado que existe una corresponsabilidad social en la vulneración de la libre autodeterminación, pues en muchas sociedades persisten imaginarios y estereotipos de lo que debe ser y de cómo se debe comportar una persona indígena o afrodescendiente. Y si estas personas no se comportan de esa manera, es decir, se salen del estereotipo, son consideradas farsantes. Un ejemplo de esto es que en algunos escenarios de interlocución con el gobierno escuché personas diciendo que esos líderes no podían ser indígenas porque usaban celular y estaban hablando en español y no en una lengua propia. Creo firmemente que no podemos hablar de la libre autodeterminación sin cuestionar cómo las estructuras de poder que buscan estandarizar la identidad, la religión, la cultura, la relación con los territorios y las prácticas de desarrollo terminan impulsando el aislamiento y la vulneración de los derechos de aquellos que se resisten a perder su esencia. La historia nos ha demostrado que debemos romper los esquemas en la gestión de derechos territoriales e identitarios, dejando de imponer prácticas y empezando a construirlas desde lo local. Estoy segura que si empezamos a hacer esto, a construir las cosas, tanto las políticas como las prácticas de desarrollo, en un diálogo articulado desde lo local, podemos obtener grandes sorpresas. Muchas gracias a todas y a todos por su tiempo. Les deseo lo mejor en este resto de día. Hasta luego.
So thank you, Eliana, for those words. I think that very powerfully resonates with this morning's discussion about the Chagossians as well. So it's now my great pleasure to introduce His Excellency Mr. Bassam Al-Husseini, who's the Chargé d'Affaires at the Embassy of Palestine in South Africa.
Good afternoon. Honorable Minister Roland Lamola, Deputy Minister of Justice, who is here, I see now, and Director General Mashabani, Honorable Deputy Minister also Alvin Boutis of Department of International Relations. All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ambassador of Palestine and the Embassy staff, allow me to express our sincere appreciation and heartfelt gratitude to the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development for kind invitation. We wish you the success of the esteemed conference and to achieve of its goals. The Foreign Secretary Balfour Declaration 1917, that document led the groundwork for Israel creation, granted a land of Palestine, which it did not own, to Zionist movement to establish a national home. And this represents the first international violation of human rights of the Palestinians who exist in this land, whether Jews, Christian, Muslims, for 1,000 years, and establish one of the first civilization in the world. our people have paid and still paying heavy price as the result of the declaration and the support of Western power in general to assess the existence of Israel in 1948. We call it the first Nakba. Nakba, an Arabic word, means in English catastrophe. That time, the Zionists uprooted more than 70% of our people from their homes, destructing more than 53 villages and towns, committed more 50 massacres against civilian people, and occupying more than 70% of Palestinian territories. Followed by hundreds of massacres that continue to this day. Since 7 of October, barbaric army killing in Gaza Strip and West Bank, one child every 15 minutes, and 60 women every day, totally more than 150 Palestinians. And they continue to destroy homes and holy sites, include historic mosques and churches, as well as educational institutions and hospitals. Also, lock access to service, food, and medication. Two-thirds of population in Gaza Strip lost their homes. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Palestine, with its leadership and people, highly appreciate South Africa's historic and brave initiative, as South Africa undertook on itself to be legal opponent to Israel in the international court on behalf of Palestinian people in matter that does not directly concern them. With this step, South Africa has awakened the global consciousness following the failure of all political efforts to halt the daily atrocity and war crimes against our people. The decision of International Court of Justice marks a victory of international law against barbarism, restoring confidence in the international legal system. This is marked the first time an international court has issued legally binding decision against the apartheid state of Israel. South Africa has shattered Israeli culture of international impunity. We thank all the loyal South African soldiers who stood in the court to defend what His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa said, that our cause has become the cause of South Africa, not only the Palestinian alone. As well as on behalf of the thousands of martyrs, we salute His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa with the ruling party government, especially Honorable Roland Lamola and Honorable Naledi Pandor. This is the evidence of the principle of the South African people and the ruling party with the progressive political powers, with and strong relation that brought together our two people. Our historical relation start in 1956. It's not in 7 October, as some media mentioned. And it's launched between fighters from both sides. we affirm that South Africa is writing a honorable chapter in the history today. On the other hand, this is the evidence of South Africa's respect and commitment to human rights, and our people support South Africa's efforts to reform the international system and end double standard to achieve justice for all oppressed people. Ladies and gentlemen, Amnesty International and the Human Rights Watch confirmed that in their report that Israel is an apartheid state, as well as the Anglican Church in South Africa recently declared that Israel is an apartheid state. Also, B'Tselem, the Israeli human rights organization, released report confirmed that Israel is an apartheid state not only against our people, but against their citizens as well. We appeal for international community to put pressure on Israel to stop the barbaric war and to label Israel as apartheid state. We believe that the military and security solution will not bring security and peace to anyone in the Middle East region. We will not, and no one will enjoy stability without achieving all demand of Palestinian people of freedom and return of Palestinian refugees to their home, referring the international resolution, especially 149 for returning people, and the resolution of Security General number 242, and resolution of General Assembly 181. As we wish democratic South Africa to achieve more progress and prosperity, and to secure a bright future for the children of beloved country, we affirm that strong South Africa is a strong Palestine and international solidarity. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Hosseini, for putting it in its broader context, both historically in terms of it beginning at least in 1917, but also the apartheid context that informs the present. So we have another video coming up, and let me try another anecdote, which is that, so one of the things about the Balfour Declaration is that one of the key instrumental drafters was Jan Smuts. And Jan Smuts was also responsible for drafting the UN Charter's preamble and including human rights in it, so we should be wary of that. And the father of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, who was Hersch Lauterpacht, also wrote a draft unilateral declaration of independence for the State of Israel. So we also need to be wary of precisely the heritages that emerge within human rights as much as we celebrate them. So I've bought some time. I hope that we have now, so we have Professor Anne Skelton, who's the chairperson of the Committee on the Rights of the Child, who's going to deliver a brief video message.
Honourable President, honourable ministers and deputy ministers, judges, and members of the legal profession, colleagues and friends. My name is Anne Skelton. I'm the chairperson of the Committee on the Rights of the Child, but I'm also a South African lawyer who has an interest in children's rights. The South African Constitution has the most comprehensive children's rights clause in the world. The Constitution drew on international and regional law, but it also has many features that are unique. It has inspired similar constitutional clauses in constitutions around the world, including others in Africa. But the words in the Constitution alone would not have been enough to bring about the changes that were necessary. Significant law reform was inspired by the ratification of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and of course the Constitution itself, because efforts were made to bring the law in line with the Constitution. Furthermore, the power of the Children's Rights Clause, Section 28, rests on other clauses in the Constitution, such as Section 38 with its ground rules for admissibility. Here too, South Africa is a trendsetter because children can approach the courts themselves or have adults bring cases on their behalf, or NGOs can bring cases in the public interest alleging that children's rights have been violated. The justiciability of all rights and the fact that some children's socioeconomic rights are not subject to internal qualifiers as adults' rights are, but rather are immediately realizable, again sets the Constitution ahead of many others from a child rights perspective. In addition, the willingness of South African courts to engage with children's rights and to apply international and regional law, including taking general comments of treaty bodies into consideration, has led to a deeply textured jurisprudence on children's rights. This has actually been commented on by the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child. Nevertheless, the committee does continue to urge South Africa to strive to work harder so that the systemic weaknesses that continue to impede children's rights can be overcome. Poor quality education, gaps in healthcare provision, violence against children and impunity for that are all deep concerns. So let me end as we celebrate the Constitution. I think we also have to remember that the work of realizing children's rights is far from being achieved. Lately, the international children's rights community has been rocked by the ferocity of war that is targeting children around the world. The Committee on the Rights of the Child has noted and publicly applauded the case of South Africa versus Israel at the International Court of Justice. The current situation presents the terrifying spectre for many thousands of children needlessly dying of starvation in the coming weeks and months, aside of the effects of war. I again take the opportunity to reiterate the committee's call for a ceasefire and for massive international cooperation to provide support to children in Gaza, while also continuing to draw attention to child victims of war and violence in many places around the world, notably today in Ukraine, Sudan, and Haiti. Though I end my speech on this somber note, I send my warmest greetings, and I wish you all well if you're participating in person in this conference. I wish I could be there.
Thank you very much, Professor Skelton. So we had hoped, ladies and gentlemen, to bring you Dr. Ahmed Amara from NYU University, who's a lawyer and an activist for Palestine, who's actually in Palestine at the moment. But unfortunately, he's been called away to court. And despite my best efforts at various anecdotes, he's not yet online. So with your permission, I'm going to ask if we can end now because we're running a bit behind time. And just to say, if you can thank the speakers that have joined us, thank those who have joined online, and also thank the AV team for their help and support. So just to follow up, so we will take questions, but on the next panel. So we're going to double up the questions on the panel that follows. So thank you very much for your time and attention, and have a good lunch.
So as after the presentation briefly by the panel members, you will then take the questions even from the previous panel. Thank you very much, Ambassador. You will just have to manage them. If they get 7 minutes each to present, then it's a difficult one.
All right. Thank you, Director General. I am indeed going to thank the Minister, Minister Lamola, the deputy ministers that are here across government, the entire executive, the judiciary that's still here as represented. Ladies and gentlemen, I often don't go through protocol observance such as I have. Except on this occasion, I do so with a kind consideration that I'm going to deny my panel the opportunity to do this protocol observance. I have already done it for them. But I'm also going to deny those that will ask questions because we have run out of time to please refrain or accept my generosity in having offered this protocol observance. So there shall be no long, lengthy recognition of protocol since I have done it for you already. But thank you very much. We are not only at the graveyard session, but I think after the graveyard, Coach Baibitsang, what do they call it again? After tears, type of thing. And I don't want to be the one that stands between your lunch and going home. So I'm going to try and be as quick as possible. Fortunately, I've negotiated with my panel to say that they will be as brief as possible. They will refer specifically to those issues that they think need emphasizing upon, and that this session will not be made of speeches, but will be as interactive as possible so that we are able to then look at what the African human and people's rights system has produced as a body of instruments that will assist to assess the human rights disbursement within the continent as exercised by various jurisdictions within the continent. This, of course, is entailed in various instruments that govern this, such as your African Commission on Human and People's Rights and others that bolster and ensure that individual member states within the AU are able to ensure a fair semblance of production of human rights protection for its citizenry. The panel, not me, that is before you, is going to take you through an assessment of that, because remember what we are framing is to look at the 30-year existence of South Africa and determine as to whether we have done reasonably sufficient we have established reasonable and sufficient progress to be confident about respecting the mandate of providing people with human rights, but project into the future as well to say that where there have been deficiencies, how do we do so? How do we ensure that we can be better prepared for the next 30 years? But Chairperson, before I call on my panel, and I will introduce each one of them as they take to the stage, let me just say that I would be remiss if I did not recall one of the quotations that opened this particular conference, which was from Amilcar Cabral. I hope some of you still remember it, but I think it's worth reinstating when he says, always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in one's head. That's not what they are fighting for. They are fighting to win material benefits. And if human rights is not a provision of a situation where there will be materiality in terms of what governments and states provide, because part of this is to be able to ensure that the excesses of the state, people have got an way in which they could mitigate against those excesses. But without further ado, may I call on the first speaker? I'm going to go by line. She needs no further introduction. Advocate Pensi Tlakula to take us through what she sees as an assessment. Advocate?
Thank you very much, Program Director. You have directed us not to observe protocol because you have done so on our behalf. So I'm observing it. Having said that, let me start. I'm on duty with my colleagues, the members of the Information Regulator. What I want to say is that what I've observed here is that our photos are being taken willy-nilly, Minister, and nobody's asking for permission to take our photos, which is personal information. Before we know it, our photos will be on social media. So I think this is something that we need to be mindful of, that when we have a conference like this, at least there must be some statement that says, be aware that your photograph is going to be taken, and please consent to it being given. And this is a serious matter, by the way. So I have been asked to talk about the role of the African human rights system in the protection and promotion of human rights in South Africa. in their judgments. And to give a few examples, in the famous case of Kwelani versus the South African Human Rights Commission relating to the balance between freedom of expression and hate speech, and some of you might remember the case where the late Mr. Kwelani, and may his soul rest in peace, made a statement against gay people. And in its judgment, the Constitutional Court referred to Article 9 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which provides for the right to freedom of expression, coupled with
Yes, he's reporting on access to housing, water and sanitation. How many minutes do you need? 8 minutes. 10 minutes. Okay. Who's going to start? Oh, okay. Yeah. There was a question I was asked about private health workers. The Deputy Minister, Dr. Lomo is here. I'm sure that you have dealt with it in the role of private health practitioners. Also give them the opportunity to repeat that question. Advocate, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm reporting on behalf of the group dealing with number 7, access to health and social security as intervention tools to fight poverty and improve living conditions. It states somewhere that healthy people are the foundation for healthy economies. And of course, okay, thanks. I was saying it is said elsewhere that healthy people are the foundation for healthy economies. And I think there's a context in which we should approach this topic and the report back. And of course, the facilitator was Dr. Amutuba, and the panelists were Dr. Joe Patla, Mr. Jacques van Soekdam, Sasha Stevenson, and Elizabeth Link. I'll start with the opening remarks by the facilitator, Dr. Amutuba. She basically just highlighted where we were in 1994, the merger of the various health systems under apartheid into one, and of course the interventions in the Mandela administration of providing healthcare facilities for pregnant women and children under the age of 6, and of course no fees for primary health care. And then the issue then was what happened then since the Mandela administration. According to her, the biggest problem we have now is that we now have a 2-tier health system which denies those without means access to proper health care. One system for the rich and one system for the poor. And then the challenges which you highlighted, which we have to address in the health sector, is issues of teenage pregnancy and of course all the underlying issues. Then Dr. Joe Patla again gave his input as to where we come from and indicated that, the health struggles in our country were informed by the struggles against apartheid, which then also informed Section 27 of the Constitution, and mentioned the issues of the 1943 African claims, as well as the 1955 Freedom Charter, which also made provisions for that. And the demands were basically 2 issues. One, we need free healthcare services, especially for mothers and children, as well as a preventative public healthcare system to be run by the state. 30 years later, you highlighted the challenges, the advances which have been made in the last 30 years, major steps taken to improve primary health care and health outcomes, policy measures under Mandela for pregnant women and children, and that no one should be turned away from public health care services due to lack of funds, as well as the right to emergency health care services, even by private health facilities. And of course, the issue around progressive realization of healthcare rights. We've had more public facilities. We've rolled out infrastructure. We mentioned hospitals like the Steve Biko Hospital, which has been established to address issues of health. And of course, the digital health system to try and make the management of patients' records efficient. Then the challenges which he mentioned as far as Section 27 are concerned is the stock out of pharmaceutical products due to theft and corruption. We saw what happened during COVID-19 when there was a theft of personal protection equipment and so forth. And then also the issue of human resources. We have had recently now that there's a problem in the employment of many doctors. Those are some of the issues which have to be addressed, as well as the disparities between rural and urban areas as far as healthcare is concerned. And then also the issues of, and also the need to address issues of social determinants, which also affect healthcare, like access to water, nutrition, and so forth. Then on general challenges, which he highlighted, were the chronic underfunding of the public health system. It's around 11 to 12 billion underfunding, although it could actually be at 20 billion. And this actually has a major impact on our country. As we said earlier on, healthy people make healthy economies. So our economy will suffer if we don't address the issues of health. And then as far as the overall impact is concerned, he said, definitely, we have improved the life expectancy rates for South Africans. In the early 2000s, it was around 50 years, but now it's gone up to 63, 65. As well, of course, the reduction of the mortality rates, under 5 mortality rates. Now, on the challenges which was highlighted, was that we do need to introduce a national health insurance policy to address some of these issues. And the hope is that the president will actually sign the health bill into law. But also we need more investments in healthcare system in our country. And even though someone might say it's a bit controversial, that we should have a one healthcare system for all South Africans. And then lastly said we need to ensure there is a proper progressive realization of access to health care for South Africans. And now the rest of the colleagues were basically building around these issues. And Mr. Jacques talked about the issues of social development. That the social development program under apartheid was basically to make sure that we reduce the number of black births by giving black people poor health facilities. And this is an issue which has to be addressed. However, since 1994, we've taken a much more progressive approach towards population development policies. And therefore, this actually also informed how we deal with other issues around health and so forth. And then on the way forward, he proposed that we do need to address how best we can deal with the challenges which affect poverty, as well as living conditions of South Africans. And then Ms. Sasha Stevenson basically just talked about, from Section 27, also about the strides made in the past 25 years, as well as improved primary health care outcomes for pregnant women and children, the support for HIV, as well as increased facilities for child malnutrition. Now, as far as the journey ahead, she said we have to do everything possible to stop the defunding of the health care systems, because we're actively defunding the healthcare system in many ways, including, of course, issues of corruption and so forth. But we are seeing budget cuts as far as provision of health facilities for HIV. We're also not doing enough to address issues of mental health, which is actually going to cause us a lot of problem in the country. And then on the way forward, again, she's basically the plea that we should really stop disinvesting in healthcare and push health reform and make the right to health a reality in our country. Ms. Elsabe Klink basically outlined what Section 27 of the Constitution really means in terms of, those, as a lawyer, what all those terms mean, under Section 27. And then inputs from the floor were quite many. I'll just highlight some of them. One was that the importance of bringing the National Health Insurance law the NHI into law, and also the addressing of teenage pregnancies, as well as addressing the concerns around the funding for NGOs which can also play a major role in addressing issues of health as well as social security. And then the issue of poor quality provision of healthcare services also has to be addressed, including delays in getting access. One gentleman actually highlighted the fact that his mother died at a hospital without getting attention while she was there for 11 hours without getting medical care. And then the issue of supporting small businesses as part of a social security net in order to address issues of poverty, as well as making sure that these people get paid within the required timeframes by government departments. And then the other issue was the role of traditional health providers. How do we address that, as well as the issue of support for sex workers? And then the last three were issues of mental health and HIV issues. And then another point was raised whether we should also consider, like the Kenyans have done, establishing a population commission to deal with issues of population control. And then lastly was, there are other social determinants which affect health, which we also have to address, like nutrition, water, clean energy, and so forth. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll observe just two hands of people who were not in the breakaway, who were not in that commission, who will want to make some comments. Just two hands. I already have two questions related to this subject. Okay, the gentleman there. You can get the microphone. The other two questions that I got here is what support is given, say support and empowerment for nurses in private practice. Maybe Dr. Hlomo, DM, you'll help us with that. How is it that Council for Medical Schemes continue to exclude low-cost options, which will enable patients to be funded for services provided by licensed professional nurses? So, Council for Medical Schemes continue to exclude the low-cost options, which will enable patients to be funded for services provided by licensed professional nurses. Okay.
Thank you, TG. My input will be on the Department of Health in relation to what the statistician have said in terms of boys that are dying between the age of 0 to 5. I would like to say maybe what we need to do is to make sure that we do the vaccination that is relevant for the boys not to die, because the number of boys that dies within that age is very much huge. And we are, as the organizations that are leading boys, we are saying, we are appealing that the Department of Health should look at that with the Department of Justice so that maybe it will be justified, the death of boys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are the three questions. You can give DM the microphone here.
Good morning, Advocate, and good morning to the audience. Let me start with the question raised by Bishop Nkunu right now. I was not aware that there is a specific mention of the age 0 to 4 years being boys, probably. Let me just address probably globally that there has been a significant improvement on the deaths of that age group, largely because of, thanks to the Department of Water and Sanitation. Of course, there are still challenges there, because everybody born into this world is facing challenges around that age. I'm glad that we are a country that adheres to vaccinations and immunizations, and we probably would get an understanding. Last year, there was a bit of a call for measles, because there was a measles outbreak in some provinces. So, to some extent, our country is still very much adhering to vaccinations, immunizations of people being born, because they are actually suddenly from a safe environment of a womb of a mother now getting exposed to the environment, and therefore the immunization really helps us a great deal. What we have seen happening again was an additional vaccine called rotavirus vaccine, which is the one that has been causing severe diarrheas amongst children at that age. And that seems to be taken by many provinces. But secondly, on that part, the introduction of safe and clean water in many communities has removed the issues of diarrhea on children, because the commonest cause of death in that age group is mainly diarrhea and pneumonia. So if you improve, and we now know there's been a significant improvement in terms of vaccination, immunization, and the safe and clean water, you then have improved on that one. But if there are specific pockets of areas where there are certain things that are killing boys more than girls in that age group, I would like to speak to Bishop. Maybe can assist me on that part. Yes, just like the commission report is saying, we are looking into the issues of unemployed doctors, and there's a process. We seem not to be addressing globally the issues of other healthcare workers, in particular nurses and other allied healthcare workers in that regard. Specifically in terms of private nurses who would like to go into the private practice and get support in that space, licensing and really getting to be supported in that part. That probably is one area which is lacking, and that is not very strong. While we do support and really give all that needs to be done, even looking to the employment of the doctors, but in terms of the nurses who want to go into a private practice, we are not very strong on that part, and maybe is one area that we need to look into and get it to be supported. Thank you.
DM, the last one, the Medical Scheme Council is...
I avoided talking to that one because I didn't have a content probably of how that question was arising, the low-cost medical aid. Is that something to do with that part?
It says, how is it that Council for Medical Schemes continue to exclude the low-cost options, which will enable patients to be funded for services provided by licensed professional nurses? I think it links up to the first question that deals with private nurses.
I would like to end by saying, let interrogate that further. All I'm saying is that in terms of support that both government and medical schemes is giving to the nurses who would like to venture into private practice, is something that I am really not able to be on authority on it. I would like to really consult South African Nursing Council, get them their concerns, what have strides that we are making, and how are we doing in terms of the support. Get also medical schemes, council of medical schemes to work into that and interrogate that further. Really to give a good answer here, it's not really possible until and unless I've consulted those two institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DM. Thank you very much to the panel. To the breakaway, the commission, we take the next rapporteur, Siuntate Hatang, the right to access to housing and water and sanitation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being so considerate to move the furniture for me, DG, to lower the mic. The one that I'm dealing with is access to water, sanitation, and housing. I must tell you, I can tell you with the two of you that I think ours was the most feistiest group of all groups. There was almost a revolution because people wanted to be heard more. None of your speakers were stopped from speaking. Ours were stopped halfway through. That tells you how much people are hungry to be heard. So I need to acknowledge the person who I worked with to compile this report, Advocate Obrisi Dupane Kyalebo Khantat. Then to also acknowledge Commissioner Ntuli, who ran this like a soldier that she did it. Some disclaimers quickly and observations. The quick disclaimer is that the one developed a headache just from the numbers. I was punch drunk from the numbers, quick stats that were being mentioned, and they were painting not such a rosy picture. That, for example, on water, that you have a water a project that gets launched today, and a month later it's gone. The taps have run dry. And that's a reality that we face daily. And an observation that access to responsive government is still a major challenge. People resort to attending these conferences in order to access people with authority. And this observation is based on the fact that there were people who attended the session who raised issues that actually could have been raised at the municipality, but they have not been heard. Therefore, they see an opportunity to meet with the minister and address the issue with the minister in order to get at least some response that can alleviate the challenges that they are dealing with. And should time run out and the MC decide to, the facilitator decide to grab the mic, which is a new thing that you sound clumsy and what. Let me just mention the following things. That in our group, we also tried to then focus on the next 30 years. That we try to ensure that we create an understanding of who does what. Because so far, whenever people get stuck, they blame the next level of government. They don't take responsibility for helping out where there's a need. Redirecting resources from water to other needs, such as salaries, is a reality that municipalities keep doing on a daily basis. The vicious cycle that communities are faced where infrastructure is destroyed in order to access tenders. So when you have a water tanker, the municipality would fix the water infrastructure. You go and send young people to go and destroy that so that your water tanker can work again. So that's a vicious cycle that people are always working against. And also an observation that should concern you, DG, even more than all of us, is an observation that the people who believe in the Constitution, the number of people who believe in the Constitution is dwindling, who believe that the Constitution can deliver to them is dwindling, and that's an observation that we should worry about. The last one, it's around a summit. There was a proposal that there needs to be a special summit on housing, sanitation, and water. Hopefully, one to be convened by the South African Human Rights Commission with yourselves, so that it's a special sitting just on that for us to look at it. And to also ensure that government understands that it can't lead alone. You must let people lead where they live. You need to ensure that there's greater collaboration between people and government. And we treat people as a result as collaborators for greater good, not with suspicion. And that's a big thing that we need to work into cultivate in our society. Some concerns that were raised included underspending on budget meant for housing and money being returned to the fiscus when actually the need is there. So you'll see, even with the statistics that were presented by the Statistician General, that the numbers that we had of houses that were built in the previous times have continued to go down, but the need is going up. So why is that? That needs to be addressed. Land in the hands of the state must be audited. This has been a cry for over the 30 years that we've been in a democracy. Lack of adequate implementation of relevant legislation structure. So this was about the backyard dwelling, DG, where you have people who are building on more mikuku in the backyard, but not recognizing and realizing that the infrastructure can't carry that much. Therefore, sewage then starts spilling, and it spills over and over. Something gets fixed, but actually doesn't get fixed properly, because the more you fix, the more it has to carry. The next one, which was ended up being also a touchy subject, was foreigners owning houses. Those without papers particularly became a major issue that needs to be looked at, and also complicity of government officials in disposing of legitimate owners of their home, dispossessing the owners of legitimate homes. Connection between water and electricity. If you live in the West Rand and parts of the South, we would have experienced that whenever there's Aikenhof, some substation in Aikenhof, when it's hit by lightning, you don't have water for a few hours. That connection is important to always make as we think of the electricity and water. The big thing that we need to be looking at, there was a lady from Tembisa, for example, who said that the state of sewage spillage in the system is so bad. And I can tell you now that it's a cry in most townships that you then have as a problem. So you have land, but no water rights. So what do you do when you have land, but you don't have water rights? And an observation was made that those who control water rights are still white farmers who are making the calls on who can have access to what water. And that's a major challenge that we need to then be looking at. Recommendations, I mentioned the summit on water and housing, which the Human Rights Commission put its hand up. I think I speak on behalf of the commissioner that she put her hand up, and the Department of Justice. Let's fix infrastructure, but also let the system also hold those who are breaking it accountable, because that's an important thing that we need to be doing. We need to be checking this issue of land and other properties that are owned by foreigners who do not even have the papers to be even in South Africa. An audit that I mentioned earlier on, water being a commodity, that it must then be seen as a way of also building the economy. So water needs to also be factored in as we are talking about issues related to dealing with poverty and inequality. Participatory democracy is important. Need for cooperative governance needs to be emphasized. That existing government structures need to be relooked at, where we look at district development model, social compact, new social compact that needs to be signed between the business, government, and civil society. Shared services approach, where we then say, if you have added to the burden to the system, how do we ensure that we alleviate that burden? Urban planning, like I mentioned. I want to end on two anecdotes, DG. The first anecdote was of a 67-year-old Miss Kutu, who is in the audience. Mekutu and her husband bought a house for themselves in the city center. And at some point, they were proud owners of this property. Next thing, they receive a notice from the city to say they owed for something that they didn't believe because they were owners of this home. But it changed, the situation changed very drastically from them being owners to the property being expropriated by the city, legitimately because it had deteriorated so badly. And now she's back, she's been put back in a shack from owning a home. We all know how poverty can be humiliating. But for us to keep just putting the knee on our people harder and harder and pushing them deeper in poverty, that's unacceptable by any measure. So if we are to talk about 30 years of democracy, and we're looking forward to the next 30 years, Mekutu's story and the script must be flipped to read differently. The last one is an observation, it's another anecdote that comes from Mpumalanga. Once went with the Colin Mashawana Foundation in my previous life as the CEO of the Nelson Mandela Foundation, where we went to the community in Mpumalanga. We found Gogo whose house had been demolished by a storm. She had been living in abject poverty when we found her. This is the period 2020 to 2021 when we were doing COVID relief. And we then realized that actually addressing food was one part of the problem. Water was another, but other issues of housing was a major challenge. So we called on partners like the Colin Mashawana Foundation to be able to come on board. And we found Gogo on the day that we found her. The day before, she had lost everything she had because young people came in and broke into her storage room, took her wood, firewood, took a wheelbarrow, whatever they could lay their hands on, they took from her storage room, which was a little shack next to her other shack. She heard them take these things, but for security, fear of being harmed, she didn't get out. Wisely so. And they took whatever they could. 3 weeks later, she had a 2-bedroomed home. that was built by the Colin Mashawana Foundation. We do have the capacity. We can do these things. We just lack will to do it right. And in our group, it was clear that that will needs to be instilled in our system so that we refocus our energies on bringing about dignity to our people, because dignity is what they lose daily by the needs that are so basic and are not met. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Natatang, for the passionate delivery of the report of your commission. I have 2 minutes just to observe two hands. There's a lady here and a gentleman there on my left. I give you 1 minute each. There's no need for introduction. Just go straight to your comment. The gentleman there, can you stand so that they can give you a microphone? I don't want us to delay. Yes.
Thank you. I was in that group yesterday.
You were in the same group?
Yeah, but
I wanted
my
to-
concern was not raised. Mr. Hatang didn't capture it, and I feel very strongly about that point. That as black communities, we feel that the banks are overcharging black people, and nobody is looking into that. You can pay insurance when you claim, always they repudiate. So I was saying, I wonder if there is anything that the department or where people can go and say, I don't feel comfortable, where can I go? We don't know where to go with those problems. Thank you.
Do we have anyone from Human Settlement who by chance was in that commission? Any senior official from Human Settlement here? But let's note it maybe rapporteur, then we have it captured in the report, we'll follow up on it. Yes, yes, Chief, I have a direct light so I can't recognize you, but just proceed. No, proceed from there, proceed from there.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, I want to lament on the subject matter of housing. There is one burning issue, and unfortunately, it is not coming to a standstill. The issue of RDP houses that are being owned by foreign nationals, of which such RDP houses should have been granted to South African citizens who are qualifying in terms of paperwork. So I want us to also look further into that matter so that we can be able to make sure that there is a reduced number of South African citizens who are qualifying for RDP houses, so that they can be accommodated accordingly. And then one other issue is that we must make sure that we root out foreign nationals who have occupied those RDP houses illegally, and I think it is because of corruption.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, your point is made. Thank you very much. Let's take the last commission, Professor Stimira, the right to education.
Good morning, colleagues. I hope we are all well. I want to acknowledge and respect the Department of Justice for inviting us. The Society for Law Teachers of Southern Africa, we are grateful, DG. I'm reporting here on right to education. I'm not going to He highlighted that there is some improvement in terms of participation or enrollment in or universities especially, which is a good development. You also mentioned that schools and universities. The figure that he gave us currently is that we have about 600,000 people who are at our schools or universities especially, which is a good development. He also mentioned that the National Development Plan, the NDP 2030, says that the target is 1.2 million. So if you look at 1.2 million and 600,000 that is current now, you can see that there is some progress, but we still have some way to go, okay? You also mentioned clearly to us that they've introduced some bursaries. I think students are here. I met some of them when we were talking. NSFAS, it's a